we're live.
Hey everybody, so this is episode 7 of No Major Opinions. I am Dark Aries. We have Dark Fox and those crazy guys, Lurk Chan and Laz. Introduce yourselves, boys.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Lurk.
Hey there, I'm Laz.
I'm those crazy guys.
I'm Dark Fox.
Alright, and for those crazy guys is actually first time on the podcast. How do you feel today, those crazy guys? We'll let you start how everybody feels today.
I feel pretty good. I feel a little less good that I just broke a tire and had to pay $600 to replace it. But other than that, today itself is going pretty good. It's the long weekend for us up here in the northern Canada area, so that's pretty nice.
Alright. Laz, how are you doing?
I'm back on the grind, back to work after NASA. I had to go right into long hours working at the bar. Beyond that though, trying to find new speed games after NASA and doing okay, I guess. Just between that, playing some casual games, but not really much else at the moment.
Cool. Lurk, what have you been up to?
Let's see. I got back from NASA. My cat was hospitalized during NASA, so that was pretty tumultuous. He's doing perfectly fine now, though. Took him to the vet recently. He lost a little weight, but he's eating now. So that was good, but I guess he just went through too many changes while we were up at NASA. So that was it's good to be back and good that he's in good spirits, and that I just got to figure out the last 2 weeks for work. I'm off contract now in July, so I don't really know what I'm doing. So I like Laz have been casual gaming, the new Jurassic Park and this new vampire game. So yeah, I've been doing that.
Dark Fox, anything new with you?
I've been working. I started playing Yakuza Kiwami. That's my first Yakuza, so I figured I would start with the first one. It's really fun. I've only played it for 3 hours, but it's really fun. GTA sucks. And Yakuza's actually enjoyable. Basically all that I've been doing. That and playing Jurassic World Evolution.
Cool. Personally, I have nothing too much new. Working, just like pretty much all of us. I have picked up, or at least I'm starting to route, a game called Sushi Striker, The Way of Sushido. Those crazy guys knows what's up. It is thoroughly entertaining. It's what Nintendo does when they give an indie company a massive budget to create an anime game that's about sushi.
Full cutscenes, they're absolutely
full
wonderful.
Animated cutscenes, and it's a puzzle action game. It's matching. It's really fun mechanics. Don't listen to the people who say that it's just a mobile game and it's like just drag your finger across. It is actually very in-depth mechanics go on in this game. So I've yet to beat it, but I've been taking my time trying to write it out. So we'll see what happens with it. But that's pretty much it for our intro. For those of you joining in, the main topic of this No Major Opinions episode is really going to be going over NASA 2018, the big event that 4 out of the 5 of us here are staff for. Laz was also at the event, though, did a couple runs, fairly entertaining runs, I would think. And his opinions are just as major as the rest of ours, so I think we'll kind of just start talking about it. Lurk has a very big kind of spreadsheet of most of our ideas kind of conglomerated together, so I'll let him kind of start things off here.
Sure. So, first topic to touch on, I suppose, at least that we'll start with, is the stream schedule and the games and how they went. I think some common feedback, and this is a conglomerate of reading people's paste bins, and we'll go over the thread in a little bit. But stricter adherence to the schedule. I know that folks when we went to Wonderland this year that a lot of things got moved around, and the whole day that what was the Wednesday that we went,
Yeah, it was Wednesday.
Was it
Yeah.
Wednesday? I thought it was the.
or was it
So
Tuesday?
it was either Tuesday or Wednesday.
It was the
but I
second
think-
day of the event,
Mhm.
like the second day of the actual running
Wasn't the event on Tuesday?
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, you're right.
So
would've been-
it
would've been
Wednesday.
Okay, yeah. So it was
Wednesday.
on Wednesday, and apparently that day just got owned. You know, like the whole schedule just
That it
like
did.
who I don't know what happened that day. I still got to
Yeah.
rewatch VODs to be honest, but despite Wonderland being fun and everything, so we need to figure that out. I think, and you know, and kind of going with that, you know, maybe a good segue since it's related is sort of our always underestimate. Shenanigans going on behind the stream. I think maybe we need to start and enforcing maybe like a time limit on as to how much, you know, time you can really be overestimate per se, or something, you know, some sort of judgmental thing maybe in the moment of like, you know, if we're behind schedule, then we really can't give you 5 minutes or 10 minutes or you know, whatever's been happening at least. So
Yeah, I would like to start by saying that as someone who went over estimate for his runs, I can't really say too much about this topic, but if I were to enforce estimate rules, whether you go over or under, primarily over, of course, I would set an average, maybe to like 15, 30 minutes, but that's still a bit. Because I think the problem is a lot of people who went to NASA this year and did runs, and yet again, myself included, we did our runs, but I don't think there was a sense of urgency to have to complete the run. It was just like, okay, well, if I make a mistake, you know, they'll let it slide. Or the meme was every time, you know, the estimate was getting close to going over, on the interface of the layout, it changed by 5 minutes or like a little bit, which was funny. You know, it was a good joke, and then eventually, at some point, it started to happen quite frequently with a lot of other runs. And I'm not saying every run went over estimate, but at some point it started becoming a trend, and I think the reason that happened was because a lot of people just didn't feel like, oh well, I have to perform, or maybe I should like do my best at this run. But that's just a perspective I see. And as for like the scheduling regarding Wonderland, yeah, that did throw a wrench in some situations with scheduling. I don't manage the schedule, but as someone who had a run during the day of Wonderland, because I had to leave Wonderland to go do Mad World. Thankfully, though, the guys at the NASA staff were pretty nice, and of course, Naegleria, Lurk, Crazy Guy, Dark Aries, and Dark Fox. You know, they helped me with the schedule as well as like I got back in time to do my run for Mad World. But all the other runners who had to move or had to be swapped around, I'm sure it was an inconvenience. And Naegleria has stated that he wants to change that. And instead of just doing spontaneously, which really shouldn't happen, because as nice as it is to spontaneously do something like that, especially to go to Wonderland, which we'll talk about later, it does, you know, it fucks a lot of people up. Because I was expecting to do my run of Mad World, and then Naegleria approached me, said, "Hey, you want to go to Wonderland?" I'm like, absolutely. Like, why wouldn't I? But then I looked at the schedule, and like, yeah, I'm not gonna, like, how do I make that? And he said, "Don't worry, we'll move you around." And while it is a negative right now, the positive is you guys did a good job trying to get everyone and trying to get the schedule to mesh regardless of what Wonderland cost. So there is a positive being, but I think next year, obviously, Naegleria said he's going to, when you sign up, he's going to say, "Hey, we're going to do Wonderland this year. If you want to go, you need to fill this out," and then he'll preset it up instead of just doing it spontaneously. So
Yeah, so I think I can talk next about this. So I'm mainly the one who was actually doing the schedule reshuffling for that Wonderland day. So a lot of it came down to, you know, Naegleria came up to me with the list and like, here's all the people who said they were going to sign up for Wonderland. We need you to quickly just like figure this out and try and see if we can get as many people out of the way as possible. The one convenient thing we had, and this is probably something we'll mention later on, which is generally inconvenient but worked out a little bit in this case, is that we did have a few runners who dropped last minute. What this allowed us to do is that means we had a few couple hour blocks that either were already scheduled as a setup block or were used to be a setup block, but is now not a setup block anymore because the runners had disappeared. So that allowed me to move a lot of the runs that were either mid Wednesday to Wednesday morning, or move it to generally later on, maybe Thursday, yet again around setup blocks. I tried to make it such that all the runners who were on that day who had their times moved by any significant amount were notified. So generally the people who were there weren't caught off guard. The unfortunate part being that the people who were watching were caught off guard because they're expecting to see, oh, I want to see this run mid Wednesday. And then they wake up Wednesday morning and they find out that, or maybe they look at the schedule Tuesday night before they go to bed, and suddenly the run they wanted to see is no longer on that time, or they wake up Wednesday morning and find out they missed the run because they expected it to be at 2 p.m., but it was actually at 4 in the morning the night before. So I think in terms of moving the schedule for the runners who were there, it was fine because everyone knew and were kind of okay with the times their runs were moved to. I didn't move anyone who didn't already pre-approve that they wanted to be moved. The negative is, of course, more for the viewers who were looking for a specific run or another. And that's why I do think Naegleria's thing of saying, this is the day we're going to host Wonderland next year. Tell me you're coming, because if you don't tell us you're coming ahead of time and we schedule you that day, we're not moving you. Because that's kind of the biggest issue we ran into with the scheduling. And then for the second thing that we were talking about, that underestimate thing, I think a part of it is just feeling maybe less inclined to perform. But one of the ways I was also thinking of it is, yet again, this may be something we discuss later, but it's one of these things that maybe people came in not, that sense of urgency kind of makes sense, Les, but it's if you don't feel like, well, this is the time where I'm going to showcase to hundreds, thousands people, then you maybe don't practice as much before the event starts. You maybe don't spend as much time getting ready or setting correct estimates, which is another thing we had a feedback for, which is if you set an estimate that's lower than your PB, you're not setting a good estimate.
Yeah, maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that I think it's a mix of setting accurate estimates, making sure you actually at least practice, enough to get your time below your estimate. If you do 3 runs before you go and all of them are over your estimate, you could probably raise your estimate. So I think it's kind of a mix of just knowing where your run is at your current practice level, but then also the motivation factor as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because with Catherine in particular, that was the one game I actually wanted to do really well on. And prior to actually learning Catherine and doing a couple runs, I got sidetracked and started playing an entirely casual game for a couple months. I'm like, I'm going to practice today. It's going to be the day. And then I never got around to it. And eventually, as soon as NASA was rolling up, I was like, oh shit, I gotta practice. And same time, while the urgency isn't there, a lot of people are super lax, like, hey, don't worry about your run. Just do your run, you'll be good. It's not a big deal. And as reassuring as that is, it is nice to not feel the pressure. Like at GDQ, I've done runs before there. There's exceptions, like if something happens, like for example, my Barkley run crashed, and I went over estimate, but they didn't make a stink of it, so it was okay. Right. They understand. There's exceptions. If you're in an incident like Cody Miller, where you're obviously you either don't have not practiced or you haven't played the game enough, or your PB's straight out lie, then yeah, absolutely, I think that might need to be enforced a little bit more. But I think there also has to be, like, hey, if you're submitting a run, you don't have to feel like you have to do your best. No marathon run's ever going to be like a world record pace. We all know that. But at the same time, you want to at least perform somewhat exceptionally okay, like decent. You want to do well enough where even if you go over estimate, it's not like 10, 20, 30. I mean, those are, hyperbolic values. But yet again, I had a couple runs. Mad World went over estimate. Catherine went over estimate. Mad World had a crash. Acceptable. Catherine, I needed to practice more. There's no excuse around that. Like, I know, and if anyone who else ran the game would know too. So, but yeah, I think there has to be like a fine balance between practice your game, please, but don't feel like you have to perform. Like that's, and you were right. There has to be a mix of that. So
Yeah, like I ran Castlevania Chronicles and Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. And like Redemption was like a shit show. Because, you know, I didn't really take the time to practice it either, but it was also very last minute as far as like I knew that I was doing it. So it was just like, you know, I tried to get through it, but it didn't. You know, I think I was set to go a good 30 minutes over my estimate. It was already like I had like an extra 20 minutes or so from just the time that I was filling. So, you know, different than, or, you know, how Oregon Trail went, you know, you just fire that up and just go. And, but, you know, even with Castlevania, I ended up choking on Dracula at the end, I think twice. I died twice. And, you know, that feels bad. You know, I'm still inexperienced with the game a bit, you know, so again, it comes back to practice. But, you know, at least I expected to do that run. At least I did practice it a bit, you know, so it feels better. But, you know, I think the sense of urgency is important, or at least some, you know, putting some sort of effort into your run so that they're just sort of exceptional in some way, or theatrical, or, you know, just funny. And not maybe like ironically funny, like haha, I'm speedrunning funny, because like that works in like maybe a serious environment, which NASA is maybe not the most serious environment all of the time, you know. So, you know, if it can't be back to back to back, you know, ironic speedruns. It wears thin after a little bit. So, you know, you need some actual speed runs to make that, you know, maybe hit a little, you know, a little bit more.
yeah, if you want to drag in viewers, I don't want to go off topic too much. Just want to add to what Lurk just said. Is that we had a lot of like really funny runs, and I'll talk later on because yet again, NASA. I think NASA's biggest thing in terms of schedule is there's a lot of runs that were no run was the same. Every run was different in some way or form. Every run I was at, every run I've been, whether it was a group related run regarding the people I hang out with, or just normal runners, people that I had no idea, every run was different. And it was unique because even though games went over estimate, they were still entertaining. Like some were still really entertaining. Of course, you still want legitimate speedruns because there's people who want to see that. You know, people are like in like what Lurk said, being funny, being ha ha ha, you know, I'm doing this one joke, don't pay attention to my speed game. That's fine and all, but of course people actually want to see some actual speedrunning going on. That's kind of the whole point of NASA, is to demonstrate. I mean, it's a gathering, but it's a gathering about a hobby that we all do.
Right.
So
The
you
whole
would want
point
to
of the stream is literally to promote speedrun and
exactly.
the community. Yeah.
So, but I'll talk more about particular runs and things that NASA does really well in terms of the streaming with particular speedruns. Because yet again, it was the schedule I liked this year a lot, comparable to SGDQ's schedule. And it has nothing to do with the runners. It's just more so I liked looking at the schedule despite it being a little bit shorter. A lot of runs were quality content, and I don't mean that in an ironic sense. I mean it was actually just fun to watch. Like there was runs I sat down for that I didn't know. Like I watched Fable 1 Lost Chapters all 100%. That was comfy. It was really really good. It was a good run. Our runner did a good job informing Big Law, I think it was his name. Cool guy.
Yeah,
Really cool
it
guy.
was Big Law.
Yep.
Yeah, Big Law's a good runner. He put on a good show. So
Yeah, Big Law's an OG NASA online boy.
yeah, he's comfy.
In tandem with sort of, you know, people maybe putting some more effort into the runs, I think also our philosophy around, and by our I mean NASA staff's philosophy around like who submits a game and who gets in, you know, because right now we're incredibly lax. I mean, it's like you submit a game, it's gonna get in unless it's 6+ hours long, and even then it's like, you know, could we fit this in, you know,
Or if it's an MMO.
right. I mean, yeah, even that was debatable to some extent.
Literally.
You know, like we still have to talk about that and be like, you know, we could, you know, it's 10 people, but you know, can we? But I think I think we can, and other people may have other opinions, but we need to start maybe prioritizing stuff that we know is going to be entertaining versus, hey, we want everyone who's coming to be a part of the stream. Like, we still want that, of course, but it's the guaranteedness of it maybe is too much now, or maybe it's detracting from the schedule. Or on the flip side, we just had a lot of people drop for whatever reason, and it was other factors. But I think maybe we could start, on the basis of entertainment, start looking at runs that way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely think that, like, I think that part of the thing is, if the run isn't going to be, like, amazing, then your estimate needs to reflect. Like, you should know how good you are at your, relatively speaking, and then you should add, like, 20 minutes on. If it's, like, a longer run, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that the accurate estimate thing is one of the biggest, like, things. Like, I think that people are like, oh, I'm going to set myself an estimate that's like 5 or 10 minutes slower than my PB. And then, like, they don't practice enough before the event, and the event comes up and they go 15, 20 minutes, slower than their PB because they just haven't been playing the game. I mean, you don't have to do, like, it doesn't always have to be a perfectly great speedrun. I think we definitely want more, like, really high quality performance runs, in my opinion. Like, I think that would really improve the overall viewer experience. But if you're gonna not, like, be in that mentality, you should probably know that ahead of time, like, and just give yourself more time.
I mean, it probably has to do with the fact that the marathon is already 5 days in comparison to the 7 days that a lot of other marathons are. And when we aren't getting the submissions that we kind of want, because people kind of cherry pick their submissions, obviously, but the marathon isn't necessarily large enough yet. It's almost there. We had a couple of issues with scheduling where we're like, oh, we kind of want this person to make sure they get a run in, but we had to kind of squeeze the schedule a bit to make sure everybody got a run in this year. So next year it might be a little bit easier to be able to kind of quality control the schedule and submissions that we get in a little bit. But at least last year, and definitely probably the first year had literally a lot of submissions, but last year for sure. This year, start most of it. It's just that we have 5 days to fill. So if we don't necessarily get enough submissions to get a quote-unquote quality 5 days, does this mean that we potentially shift it down to maybe 3 or 4 days, but then have a day or two stream of just what's shenanigans in the practice room, for example, or anything like that? That might be something to consider as well. Because obviously there's going to be runs that are just filler, and that especially happened during the whole Wonderland situation. People kind of just, hey, I can do this because we need to fill in this little block before people get back. So that might be just something to consider as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a change up in the format, I think, might be a good, like, rush of fresh air, like. Especially if we have more time to prep the event. Like this year we had a full day, and it could have been nice to have a little bit more even. So maybe changing up, definitely the Saturday to Sunday thing needs to be changed up for travel reasons. So
yeah. that messed up a lot of people. I heard a lot of people talking about how this the marathon shouldn't have been on Sunday. It should have ended on Saturday.
Yeah, I think that was one of those things from when we were planning the hotel and stuff like that. The only availabilities they had, because ideally I know we want the Sunday to Saturday, but due to when we started planning the hotel and found the one that we ended up going with, the only availability they had for a 7-day period was Sunday to Saturday, or I think Monday to Sunday. Sorry, Monday to Sunday, which is the one we ended up going for, and that's of course not ideal because we want to have, like, ending it on the Sunday did suck for a variety of reasons, because a mix of the fact that a lot of people had to either check into their hotels or just left towards the end of the event. Some people were already out by the time, like, the ending was definitely something that needed to be a little better. But I think that might be because so many people had to rush out at the end of the day. So yeah, I think Saturday is one of those things that we definitely want to make sure to end the mainstream on this time to allow that Sunday travel.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, I was there. I was there all of Sunday, and after like 11 a.m., there was no one there. Like almost no one at all was left, and that kind of sucked. Like it sucked a lot, especially for the people who actually did like stay extra to hang out after everything ended, and then everyone was gone. Like the post NASA dinner consisted of me, Lurk, Naegleria, Linearu, and Kragan. That was like the grand total of everyone left from the event in the hotel at like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. on Sunday. That I don't feel like that's normal. I feel like that's completely and totally due to the lack of availability of the days that we wanted. Um, and I think that like really when it comes to that, the easiest thing that we can say to address that is literally we're already talking to hotels now. So in theory, if we can book early enough, which is what the goal is, then we're not going to run into this issue. So
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the hotel itself, for the people who were there, it was obviously fairly busy. There was always something going on in the rooms between the stream room and the casual room, literally
Yeah, the
every day.
weightlifting competition.
Yeah, there was elections. Yeah,
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 the
the
elections.
voting.
Yeah,
The
right next
election
door.
voting.
I love getting asked, "Did you vote today?" I'm like, I'm not Canadian. Sorry.
yeah.
The powerlifting one was probably my favorite, though. Hearing the cheers next doors
Yeah.
was interesting.
So I mean, it's at least we got that venue for a week straight. Obviously, the days didn't work out most ideally, but that's something that we can work to making it happen for the next event. So
Yeah, and I think with the change up in the days, we could also maybe look at adding another day of a bonus back to NASA. Just more, like you were saying, dark areas, just more shenanigans on stream or just random runs people want to do, and make it a little easier for folks who are, maybe traveling the next day or that night or whatever's working out for them.
well, I think one of the things that we talked about related to that, like when we were discussing, our staff meeting after NASA, right? When we were talking about that, one of the things that I think came up was basically like I think that there's too much setup time because what Dan was saying about like a lot of these runs were just there to fill time and you know they weren't necessarily the best performances. People weren't really prepared for them to begin with. Like we could probably remove a decent amount of the setup time that we had and just throw that into bonus where people can then do those runs in the right environment. You know.
Yeah, I think one of these parts of it too is that because I do agree in a way that we have like it's been kind of a carryover that we've added these 1 to 2 hour full setup blocks at the end of each night, which kind of allows us to edit in case we run into setup issues. But as we're getting our setup kind of more consistent, I find that we're not really using much of this setup time at all. And I think most of the nights we ended up filling it with something that wasn't setup. So I think another big issue we have running into is that generally when we choose how long it's going to take to set up the next game, since we use Heraro for our base schedule, they only allow us to do a set schedule time, a set setup time between runs. So because of that, if for example we have a 4-way race, we can't add in a custom setup time for that. So we normally just add those setup blocks to account for the variance between maybe the extra setup time required for a 4-way jet set radio future race. But if we have the ability to, pay attention and re-edit the setups using our own custom way such that we can say, okay, it's a 35-minute setup block for the 4-way jet set radio, but it's going to be a 5-minute setup from the switch of, NES run to NES run, then it would allow us to generally come up with a more accurate schedule.
That makes sense.
Yeah. At least a way to update something,
Yeah.
So at least people know when something ended. So when you look at it, at least it's been up to date since 5 minutes ago or something.
So
But
I
yeah,
have a question because I don't really pay attention. What does ESA use? Like, do they have the same issue? Do they use some sort of different thing for their schedule? What about GDQ? Like, someone has to have run into this problem, right?
GDQ has their own custom site. Like if you go to
Right.
their schedule page right now, they do have a custom site and they have custom setup times for all their runs. I don't know off the top of my head which one ESA uses. It's just I know the GDQ one because I was looking at it recently.
Mm-hmm.
And GDQ actually does use setup blocks as well, because I did notice that during SGDQ right now that there was maybe not to the extent of that we were doing, where it's every night, but they do have 1 or 2 setup blocks in
There's a
there.
difference in GDQ between setup blocks, though. Those setup blocks aren't actually true setup blocks.
Yeah.
If you actually look, any bonus game they add to the schedule that you use donations to fill goes exactly into those setup blocks.
Yep.
So basically, they have setup blocks, but really it's more like we're gonna have this on the off magical chance that we don't raise enough money to put a game in here. So,
Yeah.
but realistically, those aren't setup blocks. They're just extra game blocks masked.
I mean,
setup blocks.
They're mystery
like
games.
you were saying, that we generally filled ours with bonus games as well, so it's
Right.
more that they are confident enough that they can just shove a game in there anyways and not need to use it,
Right.
more so. It's really not a true setup block like you said, but they still exist on the schedule.
Well, they also wait to put the setup block, the donations for the setup block games up. They wait to put those up in case they do need the setup block. Like, generally speaking, I'm pretty sure, like, from what I understand, like, the setup block donations don't go up until, like, the day before or something, or, like, 18 hours before, so people can donate towards that game being played.
Yeah, they
It
put it
seems
in
like
ahead of
that's
time.
how they've been doing it. Yeah. So, like, I guess generally speaking, what I'm getting at more so is that I don't think that really applies. Like, the way that they do things, those are actually meant to be games. And they plan on making money because of those being games. They're just mystery game slots. In reality. For us, I think that we should still have setup blocks, but I think that we should just have much shorter ones. Or at least, we don't need 2 hours every night. We don't need, maybe 2 hours one night and then like 45 minutes the next night. That kind of thing. And then we just roll any extra time into the bonus time and it's fine. Like, I think that just realistically, because of the fact that they're just mystery games, it's evidence that GDQ has obviously moved away from having setup blocks. And does ESA have setup blocks? I don't
I
even
didn't
know.
see any. I went and looked at their 2017 schedule, and I didn't see any setup blocks on them.
Mm-hmm. So I think that really, I think it's just because as both of those events, evolved and they got more confident in their tech, they decided they didn't need them anymore. I think it's just a natural thing that's going to happen as you grow as an event, period. So,
and I think the
yeah.
tools are also evolving. I think I don't know the name of the person who develops Ferraro, but I believe that they're on board the Speedrun.com team now or something. So we might even see some improvements in their tools in the next upcoming months, years. I don't know, however long it takes them to do it. So I think we can maybe move on to talking about the stream layout and how the stream looked this year. Dark Areas, do you want to talk about our stream layout to start out? Because from what I understand, it was done by a friend of yours.
Yes. So, actually, I guess they're also a friend of those crazy guys, but we know a graphics design artist. She works in the region. She works mainly web development, but she does all the graphics design for her. That's her job. Her literal job is graphics design. So, considering that really probably the most artistic of the bunch of us right now is me, and I don't consider myself the greatest. Like, I can whip out a layout for something like HTMM or Mystery Puzzle Challenge. It'll be basic, but when you're doing the live event, you kind of want to put all your cards on the table. So I talked to her, and she agreed that she would do the layouts for us. She charged us like a minimal fee all things considering. And I thought that the layouts were pretty damn nice. It was her first time doing anything like this, though. Like, this is the first time she's ever created a video Twitch streaming layout. So I gave her a lot of examples. I kind of told her, all right, this and this, this and this. And overall, I think the layout ended up very clean, a bit minimal, because really there was the game, the webcam, and the small bits of text, and that's it. It looked very aesthetically pleasing, but the main feedback that we've had for the layouts is the fact that things could be bigger. People don't like empty space, even if it makes it look very nice. Because it's not like it was chosen to have that empty space just on purpose. It's just like willy-nilly. I mean, it was chosen because it makes everything look visually appealing. I kind of resized a little bit things here and there, mainly to make sure that the video game, the game feed capture was sized properly for the layouts. But that's the only complaint the only major complaint anyways that the layouts had. I think overall that they were pretty good. They might be my favorite NASA layout to date because they just looked super nice. But because I see it brought up in chat, I actually had a message, Cards of the Heart. He posted on Twitter that the name thing in the corner was annoying him, and I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh, yeah, that kind of... It just totally slipped my mind that might not be the best thing in the world. So we swapped that part way through the marathon. But I think overall, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. And it ended up being pretty okay. Like, everybody who's seen the layout wasn't like, oh my god, this is super hideous. It was like, things could be bigger. So if that's really the only feedback, I think that's a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, if we looked at some comparisons between some other marathons, just to sort of see, our size versus their size, I guess, doing, and yeah, we needed a larger camera space and a larger game speed space within, correct aspect ratios and everything. We're not trying to make something wide or, skinnier than it needs to be, but yeah, as nice as the background is and everything, that's not what people are coming to view. They're looking, either looking for what's going on at the event, or looking for the game feed. So, yeah,
that's I was about to exactly say the same thing you did. That the main thing that people do want is the game, to see the game. Like, seeing the people is a good secondary, but the main thing people want to see is the game feed. So when it comes down to it, while if there was maybe just a simple PowerPoint or video going on there, it might look more aesthetically pleasing to have something similar to that. We need to kind of take into account, and that's one thing that maybe we didn't do enough, is take into account that the main thing people care about is that it maybe doesn't need to be, if they had to choose between aesthetically pleasing and easier to view the game feed, 95% of people would care more about viewing the extra game feed.
Yeah, and I think the races were sized properly. I don't think they could have been maybe a hair bigger, but overall I think they were fairly large, at least on the races portion. It's just that single player feed could have been bigger. And again, if that's the main complaint for the layouts, then I think overall it's still a decent start anyways for trying out something new for the layouts.
I'm gonna word what Goose said for a single runner. I mean, that was what I was confused about to some extent. Was, be honest, when I saw the layout like at the event and was looking at it when you brought up the thing with it being in the top corner, I was like, why isn't it just with the other info? There's only one person here. It doesn't need to be like labeled on the video.
Yeah, it was it just didn't even cross my mind when I was doing it, and that got fixed at the end of the first day or start of the second day. It got fixed. It was on the bottom beside the rest of the info. It wasn't directly underneath the info, but it was right beside it, so it was all in the same area. So that was fixed on the fly. But at the start, it was probably very annoying. I do admit that.
I think it'll be worth it with it as far as the camera goes, because obviously the camera could be bigger, but we also experimented with some different cameras this year, because we had a 2-camera setup. what was it, the Xiaomi action, well, not, is that the right name?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
Xiaomi action cam. It's the first generation one, so it just does like 1080p.
Right, and then we had a GoPro Hero 4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, those are nice cameras, action cameras or whatever, but maybe, I don't know if they take different lenses, or we could try out some different lenses. Maybe it's sort of the wide angle, or, maybe it's just the room was, didn't jive with it, but maybe it, it made some folks look really far away, or like everything was really red, which went with the red background, and then everything's just red, for some runs, depending on,
I think.
Well, I mean, part of the.
No, I'll let you go.
I was gonna say, from a camera standpoint, they are actually like wide as hell. Action cameras by nature are like super fucking wide,
right,
and that's why things seem further away. Because when you get anything wide, it gives it a slight, even like just regular wide angle, you're gonna get a slight fisheye effect where things are gonna kind of be like a little further away looking than you expect them to be. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast using those kinds of cameras. Realistically, like the actual right thing to do, technically, would be to hook up either an actual video camera or a DSLR and just run the live feed off of it directly. That would be how you'd get like the kind of quality, like zoomed in, like good looking shit that you're talking about. Just like the pictures you guys were taking with your SLRs, right?
yeah, but for DSLRs at least, they heat up after like 45 minutes of constant use of something. So maybe not the best thing for a 7 or 5 day marathon.
Yeah.
I mean, I've shot entire like 60 hour and a half long minute like student level productions, but I've done it like with a DSLR like over the course of 4 days where we're using them literally almost nonstop in like hot rooms and stuff. Like they can do it, but like it's still a pain in the ass to get them to work right if you want to actually capture the video live. It's such a pain. Like, so I wonder if maybe just an actual like camcorder or something, just something that doesn't actually have a super wide lens would be better. Is all I'm saying.
Right. Oh, I just think it's worth looking into. People want kind of like a campy feel, and sometimes that that can be really dependent on the lens. Oh, great! Naegleria joined and ruined all of the cropping.
Yeah, there goes
Hell
all
yeah.
the cropping. But doesn't even have the webcam set up.
Naegleria's fucked it all up.
Yeah.
Should
But
we jump to intermission for 5 minutes?
Yeah,
fix
do we
this,
wanna
and
take
then
a
go
5
back?
minute break?
Let's do that. I'll hold on to my thought.
We'll be right
Yeah.
back, folks.
I like how I'm in the middle.
And we're back, and joining us is Naegleria. Hi, Naegleria.
Yo, what's up? Just got off work a little early, actually, so snuck back in here.
Yeah, so we were just talking about the use of the action cameras that we were using, the Xiaomi Action, whatever the heck, and the GoPro Hero 4. And I think I just said something about like how it was like real campy sometimes to get, you know, like real into, you know, a certain angle and stuff like that. And I'm not sure we hit that this year. It was kind of really high up and it's kind of fish-eyed,
Yeah,
like Dark Fox was saying.
It's a combination of two things. One, this year we actually had access to tripods, 2 of them actually,
Right.
yours and one that I borrowed. So that probably changed things up a bit. And the reason we went with the action cams was due to the fact that they generally have a larger sensor than most webcams, even that Logitech workhorse that everybody likes to use, the C920,
Yep.
whatever
That
it is.
boy.
Yeah. But it overall does a lot better in low light in comparison to those webcams. I mean, if you take a look at the Thomas is Alone VOD from last year, where you can basically only see what the light touches, and then you look at this year where it was probably just as dark, but you could see more of the room itself. Like you could actually see that there's still things in the background and everything. The water lights that we had in the background, and that's not even like the greatest low light performance that we could, if we looked into proper video cameras, we could probably get better. This was pretty much a cheap alt kind of midway point that it covers the whole room.
Yeah, proper meaning expensive.
Yeah, actual real video cameras are ungodly expensive. Like
Yeah.
more than the budget of all 3 NASAs combined.
If anyone knows what cameras GDQ's using, hit me up. I'm interested.
I know, like 2015, I think they posted a budget and they listed it was like a security camera that was $2,000 a piece ish, at least.
Yeah.
And they had like 2 of those. Those are the ones that would like you could turn and zoom in like on remote. I don't know if they still use those or if they've upgraded again.
Well, the thing about those, because I've also used those because I worked in enough retail that I've played with them a lot. They're a little grainy at times. I mean, theirs are like $2,000. I don't know how much the ones that are in a Best Buy are. I probably less than that, to be honest.
To me, like I think that's unless you have like a whole like gymnasium size room to zoom in on, like it's kind of overkill.
It is.
You don't really need to zoom more than like 10 feet.
Yeah.
For any of our
I think the only way that you really get all of it, right? The angle that you want, you know, the viewing angle that you want, the viewing
Yes.
yes. The only way that you get that is, and also get the zoom and everything else that you want with the accurate color and so on and so forth, is basically a DSLR at the price point that you would be able to do it. You're not going to find much else. Or maybe a really nice camcorder, like a really fucking nice camcorder.
as well as the room layout needs to work for it too. If it's like you need to have like everything like prearranged to fit the cameras and the tripod.
I keep forgetting I'm pushed to talk, but camcorders and DSLRs probably costs around the same. I mean, there's something to be said about the fact that a DSLR, you can swap the lens out with something else, but you obviously need a model that does good with video. There's also the option that it popped up a couple times when a camera, even though if it has HDMI out, doesn't necessarily mean that it will be a clean feed. It might have its overlay and everything like that, which the Xiaomi liked to do when the HDMI cable kind of got unplugged and plugged back in. But that's a quick fix. It's shut it off and turn it back on. But I do know that one of the things, at least the hot tip that I got from the ESA Discord, and I actually, Kevin DDR does this as well when he, with Aperture Grills, when they do kind of pinball tournament streams. is you look for a HD DV camera. They still use tapes, but they're still HD quality. Obviously, you can zoom in, out. They have HD video out coming out of them. Nobody kind of wants them anymore because they record onto DV tapes, and nobody really likes to use DV tapes anymore. That's fallen out of style like long while ago. But it is an HD camera, and you can get them fairly cheap. Whether or not it's still a good value to buy one at this point in time is maybe something to look at, but that's I know that
Probably
ESA
eBay
was doing
for it,
that
I
at some
guess.
point, yeah. So it's one of the video upgrades that because pretty much most of NASA's out of our own pockets. Maybe we'll get something, maybe we won't. I mean, the action cams were still at least a noticeable improvement. Maybe something can be worked on, but it's definitely on the list of things that potentially we can dive into.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what kind of camera did you have at the event, Dan? What was that?
I had a very old Canon Rebel T3, which at best caps out at 720p 30.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. But what I was going to say is that realistically, a T5 or a T6 is basically where you would want to be. That is what you use. But if you're not going to spend the money for real video cameras, that's what you use to make a movie. And because of the lens interchangeability, camcorders are fucking garbage because you can't change the lens. So, like, if you want a wide angle, you can't fucking have it. Or if you want a wide angle, then that's all you get on most camcorders. And yeah, that's why generally they're not worth the price that they charge. Anyway.
Speaking of expensiveness and cameras, let's get into the technology side of things now. And in my opinion, and other folks can chime in, I'm sure, on this as far as staff are concerned. Our quality is very top notch, but it is very reliant upon dark areas this way, no, that way, dark areas, understanding it and setting it all up. And then us, we can plug stuff in and, press buttons, but, the setup of it can be pretty complex, I think. And it's kind of a crutch for us, I think.
Yeah, a quick question. Dark Aries, how much sleep did you get during the marathon?
More than last year, for sure.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Most of the person who got the least amount of sleep probably this year is actually those crazy guys who took the brunt of the night shifts.
Mm-hmm.
I got lucky with most of the day shifts.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, there was a point where I was awake for almost a full, either slightly before 24 hours or over 24 hours I was awake. There was a very long shift that I did, just because it was when waking up early enough. I might have woken up at 7 a.m. and then I went all the way to the tech panel that I did, and then I helped set up the run afterwards, and then I went to bed, and then finally by the time I went to sleep, it was probably almost the full 24 hours that I was up.
I think, yeah, and like, I just grabbed equipment in the hotel room like 20 minutes after you went to bed, and I think you're just like, what the fuck did you guys fuck up this time? Like, I remember that. I was like, I'm just getting my stuff, man. Don't worry, you can sleep.
So yeah, in terms of that, the one thing that I think we did really well this year, talking about that from somebody who did run pretty much all the night shifts, was that we scheduled really well this year, such that the night shifts were either all PC runs or a mix of PC runs and like a single console, or consoles that all used the same sort of plugs. So for example, we would have a Xbox 360 run and a PS4 run and PC runs. Well, those are all HDMI. So that was super easy for me to figure out. In terms of the complicatedness of tech that I had to deal with during the nights, it was very minimal. And any time there was maybe a console that had to be used, it was generally set up by Aries before he went off to bed, or there may have been, in a couple cases, little bits of work that I had to do, because I got a general understanding of how most of the stuff worked. But like, if there was a midnight shift, for example, where there were 7 different console runs in a row, I would have been doomed to deal with that. But due to the way the schedule worked out, it allowed kind of full nights of sleep. So that
Mhm.
worked out quite well.
And just like to mention, as Goose reminded me, Tech Out of Pocket, I bought 2 Audio Technica HEH M50X headphones. They're on the ear. They're nice. I like them.
Right on.
I also got a warranty in case people fuck it up at NASA, so it's all good.
Good call.
Yeah. Jumping to the tech stuff. I mean, overall, I try to make the system as easy and bomb-proof as possible. There's some gaps in it, but I mean, it was understandable enough that when I woke up, those crazy guys told me that there was an audio issue, and that he did manage to resolve it by tracing the wires back and everything like that. It maybe took him longer than what I would have done, because I just innately I know, okay, if this is wrong, that's wrong. But it was at the point where it was understandable that it could be fixed. So
Not
I think,
to toot his own horn or anything, but he's
No,
literally
no.
a tech genius.
hey, I'm not a super tech genius. I feel like an idiot a lot of the times when I'm trying to research a lot of this stuff. But I think that overall, it just needs more people actually physically using it in order to get used to it. Because the setup for NASA is essentially it's essentially my room, pretty much. I rip out my whole room, I bring it to NASA, and I get it set up. There's extra parts that come in, like the capture cards of pretty much everybody on staff, since I've convinced them all to buy data paths, and that's how we had 5 really nice quality inputs for the event. But it's if you're not using it on a daily, well, I don't even use mine on a daily basis, but if you're not regularly using it, then it's hard to kind of know the ins and outs of it, and it's not possible always to learn the quirks that things have. For example, I think during the Ocarina of Time run, the vision window got closed or crashed or whatnot. In any case, the recording kind of got shifted because it went back to its defaults instead of its pixel perfect capture. And I mean, there's a saved profile there, but I more than likely forgot to mention that the profiles are saved. You just have to literally double click them again. So it's just, there's so many quirks that I can't remember to mention them all. Blurk has a little bit of like a mini setup of my own. He owns like a cross point and the data path and things like that, but he's not that comfortable with it to the sense that I am. Those crazy guys basically doesn't stream at all, even though he has all the gear for it now. I've set him up for it. Dark Fox also, he mainly deals with the HMI stuff, not the retro stuff, so it's kind of hard to get used to that stuff. Yeah.
I would like to say, though, I have all this stuff set up, but I'm still waiting on a Wii that, somebody said they needed to fix or something. So
I have it literally beside me. I just need to get to it. I've been fairly busy, okay? New job, trying to afford the beast of a computer that we had this year. Artemis was top frickin' notch this event, which Artemis is what I've named the computer, by the way. But yeah, it handled all four capture cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 capture cards, the graphics card, and everything else going into it. It handled it like a champ. It was able to stream in 720, play TF2 at 1080, and local record at 1440p. That's pretty beastly, not gonna lie. Yep. So, yep. And ideally I'd like to even get more capture inputs into it and more. But yeah, that computer pretty much came all out of pocket. Naegleria has started to chip in a bit for it, like he said he would, just to kind of help out. Because I mean, when all of this comes out of pocket, try to help each other, right? Like I'll buy something, somebody else buys something, and at the end of the day, we just try to make things work with what we got.
How much did I end up reimbursing you? Because I still need to do more of that.
$280 or something like that. Okay. Close to 300, but yeah, it's when everything comes out of our own pockets to make this event work. I think honestly, it's really surprising how well the end result ends up being. There's no sponsors throwing free gear at us or anything like that. So
I guess it's also the difference between a volunteer and staff is that volunteers don't lose money, but staff does.
Yeah. I mean, like, the whole doing that's how we started NASA, though, was with basically a really old version of what Dan has built now, which is my computer, right? And using, like, on a little tech tangent, using the dual Xeon processors is, like, really the way to go for event computers. Like, if you're gonna run an event on one machine, that's what you do. Because especially with, like, how many logical cores does that computer have? 32?
Let's find out in a second.
Is it two? How many cores, physical cores, are they? It's double for hyperthreading. You're not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you
Okay,
forgot
so-
your push to talk.
No, it might have just been weird. But in any case, I have 20 logical cores, so each CPU has 10 cores each, and they go to like a
No, so that means
3.10 gigahertz turbo. So
If each CPU has 10 physical cores, so they're 5-core.
no,
in real life,
it's literally 10 cores. I have 40
then you have
threads
40.
available.
You have
Mhm.
40 logical cores. Yeah.
Well, yeah, logical versus physical. Sorry, yeah.
Right. So you have 40 cores essentially in that computer. Like, you probably could have run a bunch more shit, honestly, and, like, the computer would have just been like, okay, like,
Yeah.
So
The
that's
only
a
thing
great
this computer
investment.
can't do is software encode 4K. It's kind of its limit. That's why I lucked out and grabbed the graphics card that it has, which is a 1050. But otherwise, it did 1440p just fine, 720, 1080. I could have had multiple streams going if for any magical reason anybody wanted to do an on-site different language stream. The internet could have supported it. The computer definitely could have supported it. So,
Or potentially, as a secondary idea to throw out based on that idea, a game all audio only.
yeah, we had that.
Yeah.
It's in the works to
Yeah.
get them released, but that's what the 1440p VODs are. Just YouTube doesn't allow for multi-track stuff. But
Right.
yeah, the new computer having 5 inputs meant that we could have 2 cameras plugged in all the time and still have 3 inputs available for use for switching between one retro console and the 2 computers that were there. So for most of the marathon, everything was just set up, a little bit of switching here and there, and it was all good. The Jet Set Radio feature race, that took a bit of things because obviously now I have to get rid of one of my inputs. I have to flip over the HDMI ones to analog and kind of rewire things and stuff like that. And it didn't help that they didn't all have component cables. Only 2 of them of the 3 who used original Xbox did. So I had 2 worlds going through the DVD recorder via composite and then capturing its component out, which, by the way, the DVD recorder, top notch. I'm super surprised in it. I was actually looking at the Crazy Taxi 2 VOD, and literally every frame of that timer is a distinct number. Like, you can go through the video frame by frame, and it's a solid number. And considering Dreamcast is 480i, one would think there might have been some combing or anything going on in that numbers, but no, it is pure number frame by frame. So I'm super impressed in the quality of that DVD recorder. It's a bit bulky. There might be some potential replacements for it, but that's definitely one of the nice things that came in.
Can you literally link me the exact model so that I can buy one on eBay?
Sure. It's you need a Panasonic series, Panasonic DMR ES10 1520, one of those.
I'm not gonna remember.
I'll send it to you later.
That's the link.
You'll watch
Yeah.
the VOD.
But
Yeah.
one of the other changes that we did for this year, because there's a lot of back end stuff that changed. Kind of going back to the layouts, is that and normally the way that we did all of our events was that we had the static image and we did text files, and we would update the text files in OBS, and that would get us the information changed. to kind of the problem with that was if a game is too long or if it's all of a sudden too short, you have to kind of like resize all the text and move it around, and it's never perfect just by changing it, except for maybe the estimate, as that never kind of moves. So the change that we did, and this was kind of inspired by what Mash did with ARPG Me, is that we had every single game and intermission baked into a separate PNG file. So when you're trying to get things set up, all you have to do is swap out the image and everything's good to go. The only thing that you would have to update is the text file for the estimate. And I think it worked out really well, at least visually. Just it might not have helped that we were literally creating the layouts on the fly, because I only had the first day essentially done. Because while it is a lot nicer and you don't need to change things on the fly and everything like that, it still takes time to make sure that to go through every single game, figure out its aspect ratio, and then save the file, cut out the webcam cutout and everything like that. And unfortunately, just with the way that it worked out, the layouts were given shortly before the marathon. It's just the way that it worked out. Everybody's busy, including people who have work. Like my friend, she worked at a graphics artist, and she didn't have. If she's constantly working, there's only so much time she can set aside for us. So
yeah. To add to that, actually, about the layouts, another thing that kind of delays is that creating it last minute, of course, is kind of what happened. But also, since we have the Up Next game baked into it, if the schedule's changing a lot, then you need to also change those layouts and stuff last minute too, because one of the problems we would run into is we'd have a layout and it's like, oh, okay, well, this game, either a game would come up and we'd have to either quickly create a layout for it, or it would be like, oh, well, we don't actually have, like, the game coming up next isn't happening anymore, and we replaced it with something else. So now we need to quickly edit these. So doing them last minute kind of worked out, because since the schedule was changing so rapidly, it allowed us to kind of create the layouts as the schedule was kind of updating. But of course, that's not ideal.
Yeah, especially if you're the only one at the stream computer. It's like, you're setting people up and you're making that layout in Photoshop.
Thankfully, they weren't too hard to make. Really, if you were pressed for time, it was essentially the exact same as updating text files in the end. You just had to quickly jump into Photoshop and select the specific layout you wanted and then update the text files. So in the end, at worst case, if you knew what you were doing, it ended up being essentially the exact same thing as last year. The only benefit is that if you didn't have to change much, then you had a bunch of them ready ahead of time.
Yeah, I think in addition to a lot of the upgrades is, out of pocket is we also got a whole bunch of stuff from your work, Dark Areas.
Yeah, so at the end of last year, I managed to get a job at an AV company, and they're really supportive, actually, of the event. They were kind of pleased, because most of the times when you go into an AV company, everybody's an audio guy. Everybody's gone to school for audio. They're in a band or whatever or not, and everybody's audio. But one of the reasons I actually got hired was because I'm one of the few people who is a video person. I'm told that just in the industry, video people are a lot rarer in comparison to audio people who, like, you could throw a rock across the street and you'll probably hit an audio person. Like, it's hyperbole, but so I managed to borrow a lot of the older kind of equipment that we're not using, some older, some newer. We had projectors this year, we had projector screens this year, so I think that kind of changed the atmosphere a bit, because you could actually see from even the very back. It was kind of really comfy to be able to just get your food and sit at the back tables and watch the stream on the big screen. That was super nice. I really enjoyed doing that the few chances I had. In the practice room, you could actually watch for the first time this year the event ongoing, which I'm sure we'll kind of talk a bit more later, but that was one of the upgrades. we had speakers this year, so that way we don't have a Thomas is alone situation where somebody's blasting the Twitch stream on their phone where it's delayed, so people can actually hear the game.
To be fair, the game sounded the same the whole time, but yes, it's not ideal.
For any other game, it wouldn't have worked properly, so we got speakers, and it was really nice to be able to hear the game audio. For logistical reasons, we didn't have the microphones going through the speakers. We would have ended up with an SGDQ situation where they have an echo. It's pretty manageable on their end, like it's not terrible currently on the stream, but in our situation, we kind of have the opposite. They have a very large room currently, which means that everything kind of echoes and you can kind of hear it. In our case, the room is not large at all. You can be at one end and directly on the opposite corner, and I can talk to you in a normal speaking voice and you can probably hear me just fine. So if I'm amplifying your voice now through the speakers in this small room, that means I'm not going to be able to push the loudness of the microphones all that much, or the loudness of anything going through the speakers, because it's just going to create feedback, and it's just not an ideal situation for anybody. There's not everybody can project their voice, unfortunately. What a funny situation is the Zathura run. Iliolo, he's a very kind of timid, quiet person, and his voice is very kind of quiet, and he kind of speaks like this a little bit. But because wasn't pumping the voice through the speakers, I could bring him all the way up in the stream, and the stream had a better time hearing him than the people literally sitting beside him. That was a reality, and that's kind of one of the things that we could do in that room. The other kind of upgrades that we got from work for this year for NASA was the table microphones. I'm actually using one right now. They're Shure gooseneck microphones with a hypercardioid pattern, meaning that in front of it, you can hear me nice and clear, but as soon as I start kind of going over to the side or this side, you kind of anything at all. So it's they're very directional, and they worked really well once I actually had them working. The other idea was like a boundary mic where you would just plop it on the table, but that just picked up way too much of the room, and it was not efficient at all.
It's a shame too because it sounded really.
Yeah, they sounded super nice. Just unfortunately, the way that the room worked and the pickups of the microphones. We had a really nice big soundboard. This year was a 24 channel Allen and Heath. That was pretty legit to use. Nice big, felt professional. We also used my smaller personal mixer to kind of power the speakers and to record the game audio only. But there's probably a couple other the digital microphone kit that you could switch between a handheld and a lapel mic. That was also borrowed from work. And I mean, after the event, I kind of tallied it up at work, asking how much would this equipment have costed. And for the whole week, it was tallied up to be $25,000, which is it's not cheap. And
Not cheap at all.
That's why a lot of people, if they do this gig regularly, they'll buy their own equipment. They won't necessarily rent it. I'm sure that's what GDQ does, because if they're doing events twice a year, and especially if they have sponsors willing to help them out with it, they'll buy their own equipment, and they know that they'll get use out of it, and they'll chuck it in a couple of years and get another one. And it will probably work out better in the end than renting. In our case, I don't know if that would be the case for all the equipment. We even rented some equipment out of our own pocket this year. We rented a couple of cables and a headphone amplifier, so that way we could have both headsets working in the stream, which it was decently cheap. There's some gear that you can get really cheap, and there's just some gear that you cannot. So overall, it was pretty good. The Lurk has the same headset ESA and GDQ uses, the Audio Technicas. This is a Sennheiser, or as I just recently learned, a Sennheiser. The S is a Z in German. But they sounded really nice for the runners that did end up using them. They're super comfy. I've been wearing this for an hour and a half now, and I don't feel any fatigue on them, or at least the ones I have, these Sennheisers. So that's a major upgrade in itself, because it lets the runners, instead of relying on the ambient noise, they can have the game in their headset and get those audio cues that they need. So that's a major upgrade right there. We weren't even really expecting to have 2 headsets this year, and we just ended up having 2 of them. So
The biggest summary of this whole thing, honestly, is just watch Aries' tech panel, and you can get a full hour summary of everything we've
pretty
just
much.
discussed and more.
I think I covered a lot of it really well in that tech panel. Apparently, a lot of people enjoyed it too, but we can get to that later. I mean, the final point that we have, at least in this little nifty kind of outline that we have of the episode, is most of the consoles were RGB or components. We defaulted to S-Video once or twice. I think it was once, but we used RF even at one point for the dragster race, which that was an interesting setup, which I went over in the tech panel. But we definitely need like a rack or something for all the consoles, just so they can just be always hooked up, and that would be super nice. But otherwise, I think the
like
tech,
a rack, and then like the
yeah,
flash carts for every console with the games installed and like listed in order during the schedule.
yeah, just to organize things. We definitely have the capability of being able to prep all these consoles and everything like that. It's just that we didn't have the logistics to execute it properly. But I think that we definitely can for next year. So.
And it's worth discussing. It's worth discussing that, you know, we might look into maybe some different setups for next year, or depending on, you know, because right now, if we want to keep using that tech, either borrowed from Aries or even just our own personal stuff, it's kind of location locked to around maybe like 6 hours in between like the Buffalo and the Toronto like area. You know, St. Catharines or so, and all that, where we were this year. Because otherwise, it's like, you know, are we gonna be able to bring over, you know, the computer, the Extron, all the other tech and everything from Canada in order to get it over to Chicago or something like we did for 2016, like. And even then, that means, you know, nixing all the stuff we got from Aries work for free. So, you know, that means no projectors. That means the speakers. You know, it's a lot of valuable tech that really made, I think, the venue pretty comfy. So losing that is kind of detrimental. But there were other issues regarding travel and getting to the hotel. So it's a hard call between, like, you know, do we just go full component and ditch all the CRTs and go, you know, all LCDs, or, you know, all you know. Do we start denying games based on, like, well, we just don't want to set that up, you know, because, you know, we just, you know, we're doing a slimmer, you know, tech at this point, so we're not going to accept this, you know, niche arcade game, you know, PCB board or something, you know, something like that.
With an OSSC and RGB, like, you can play a lot of consoles on an LCD just fine. I played like F-Zero GX and games that were like require, you know, 1 frame or less delay and shit like that, and you can play them just fine. But you also have, like, it does take a getting used to, because it's a very different screen screaming at you.
Yeah, I mean, there's some we can there's been a little bit of talk, and I've been kind of trying to lay things out, making like trying to figure out a portable, let's say, NASA setup. It would obviously be a lot more streamlined. We wouldn't be able to literally handle any submission you give. Things like Dragster probably would not have happened, honestly, because it required equipment that would let us capture RF. So,
I mean, Dragster, like, we could have just done it on fucking emulator because it's already a joke. Like,
I mean, that's true, but if necessarily somebody was doing like an older run of anything, if it's not, if we don't have the setup for it, it wouldn't be pretty much that. And honestly, the biggest, I think, it's with me, it's a blessing and a curse because I have a lot of the equipment, I have a lot of the knowledge, but I am in Canada, and therefore it is always interesting if I'm to bring things into the States. I obviously can't bring literally everything with me, or else I just will not be allowed in the country. So I can bring like my video game consoles, I could probably bring my computer and a monitor, maybe 2 monitors, but when we start dealing into things like mixers and speakers and projectors and all that literally would not be able to cross the border with me. I'd probably be denied entry, and then that just makes so many hassles for getting back into the country. So it's for the ease of use, keeping the event in Canada obviously helps the event itself, because so much of it is locked in into the nearby area. But again, I have no problem with having the event anywhere else. I mean, I've literally driven to SGDQ from here, and that's a 14-hour drive, and I did that in one leg. And I've driven back home again in one whole leg. I have zero problems with traveling. It's just obviously being able to, the amount that I can take with me and travel to an area and still be fine is just really the limiting factor in myself. So
theoretically, you might be able to do like a bunch of small shipment, like, you know, go several times throughout the week to Lurk's house, and then him being in the US could then do one long big haul to somewhere else.
I mean, it's possible, but it's if the more you go over, the more they kind of like, well, why are you going over? 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 If it's often, and I have to declare obviously everything that I'm kind of bringing in, and then all of a sudden I'm bringing it back into my house. So it's kind of a bit hairy. It obviously helps when there is people who can provide equipment. If people, like, I'd be willing to do a NASA in Mexico. If somebody told me that, all right, I have a cross point, I have this, I have that, I have TVs, I have this and that, I'll show up. I'll do the event. But obviously, I'm not going to drive to Mexico, so I can't bring anything with me beyond maybe a duffel bag of consoles, and even then, I need to pack clothes and crap. So if somebody has the equipment, I'm willing to go and do something. If I'm bringing my own equipment, there's obviously limitations that have to be kept in mind. I'd pretty much be limited to what Lurk brought from his home to NASA, which, while it was a good portion of the tech that he brought, it doesn't compare to what I was able to borrow from work, for example. So
yeah, I mean, when you really get down to it, you know, looking at other places is cool and all, but like not paying to rent projectors and projector screens saves an absurd amount of money. Like genuinely actually absurd. Like, how much would it cost to rent exactly what we had at like actual market price, Dan? Generally speaking, like ballpark.
that was market price, $25,000
$25,000. The whole
for all
event,
the equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole event cost like what, like 6-ish, something like that. I don't know. Like, so that would be literally like 5 times the
For the
budget
conference
of the event.
space-ish, you know,
Yeah,
in Canadian.
right. So like that's like 5 times the cost of the conference space just for the equipment. Like that's basically like you really can't put. I guess what I'm trying to say is that that's absurdly valuable to the marathon when it comes to like.
I guess we could just have NASA 2019's attendance fee be $250.
Right, exactly.
That is an option.
There you go. It's basically the trade-off. The trade-off comes between less quality for both the stream and the on-site tech that we have for people attending and watching, versus the trade-off of, you know, more. So you either get a lower stream quality, or you get a higher stream quality near where Aries lives, or you get a higher stream quality elsewhere at the cost of the people attending.
I mean,
Right.
to be fair, with distance, as long as it's in the country as well, it can go totally east or west as long as it's on this side of the border.
There
I
we
mean,
go.
there's nothing stopping.
Charlottetown, PEI.
Yeah, Charlottetown,
2019.
PEI. BC might be pretty hard because I mean, I'm not gonna. It's a 3-day drive essentially.
You could
to go to
probably do it in
BC.
2 days if you didn't sleep.
Yeah, 2 days if I didn't sleep. Maybe a train ride would be interesting, but trains are awful in the continent, so that's not going to happen. But
You could pack your stuff on a train. You could literally box it up into a crate.
Yeah.
All nice packaged.
Train's the best form of travel. It's just like I actually looked at it. Like Edmonton, where I'm at, to St. Catharines would have been like 44 hours on train.
So I mean, it's not bad. It would definitely be doable. But again, it's because it's in the country. If we're going down south, even like an hour, we might end up some issues if I take too much with me.
See, the issue, if we do it in the States, and if you lower the quality compared to what this year was, I think the viewer experience would be it wouldn't be as good in terms of quality. You might get more attendees. You might have a more chance to have to pay the fees for attendance, but if the quality is just going to be lackluster or less comfy, which was a big proponent for a lot of the runs, honestly,
I mean, it doesn't need to be 4K, but it's still like it should be not shit.
I wouldn't. Well, even if it's like it doesn't have to be 4K, but why downgrade? Why do an obvious downgrade if it's not necessary? Like, yet again, I live in America, and as much as I would love NASA to come back to Chicago, if it's too much of a hassle to either pay out of pocket or to Aries to get cucked at the border, it's not worth it.
Actually, Aries, couldn't you, your brother, and then like those crazy guys and his brother potentially split up shit between them? If they all wanted to go for the full week.
You're talking about taking 4 cars in that case, though, and depending on how far you're driving, like driving an hour taking 4 cars may be reasonable. Driving 7 hours taking 4 cars.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be fucking Florida, but
you wrap the gas into the ticket price.
Yeah,
Chicago or closer.
Well, I was gonna say even Chicago's 8 hours, right?
Chicago's pretty far. I mean,
it is. I mean, okay, so Chicago, fuck Chicago. Chicago can go fuck itself. I don't want to be back in Chicago. If you live in Chicago, I'm sorry if I offended you, but I really don't like your city. It sucks. I hated driving there. It was a 16-hour drive, so like that enough sucked. But like realistically, what actually sucked about it was driving in Chicago. It was the worst thing I've ever done. Like, it was basically like hell on earth. I would rather die than have to drive in that city ever again in my life.
Alright, I'm gonna have to word Fox on this one, because I had to drive through Chicago. Fuck, it's like an urban jungle of just metal all over the place. Traffic sucks. No one knows how to drive. It's a shit show. So massive. Go ahead.
So, but like I drove 16 hours with the server, and like my car was literally packed to the point where Cyberdemon and Withheld were taking turns being in the back, and being in the back meant that you had like this much room, like because it was just jam packed all the way. I couldn't see out the back like at all, and like that was a 16-hour drive. I've done it. No. It's not worth it. Like, for them to do the drive to Chicago, even an 8-hour drive, especially with 4 different cars, it's just not worth it. Like, because that is going to add like $1,000 to the fucking ticket price. Because there's no way that they're going to pay that out of pocket. That's event cost at that point.
Yeah, it's not cheap. I mean, you also have to consider the travel time, the gas that it takes to get all those cars. You also have to consider the fact it's going to take time for a setup. You have to make sure all the equipment's there. Because if one car doesn't make it through the border for whatever reason, that's going to fuck a lot of the equipment. Honestly, as of right now, going back to the States, as convenient, and it would probably bring a lot more people, I'll just be honest there, it would bring in a lot more Americans. You probably want to keep it in Canada for next year. For both tech and convenience-wise for right now. Because if you can't afford to pay for any of the tech or any of the equipment, even if you obviously the meme is don't raise attendance fee. If you do it, I mean, you could definitely get some money, but people aren't going to want to come to an event that they have to pay about $100, even if it's worth it. Like, I wouldn't pay $100 to go to NASA. And I love the event. I enjoyed it, but it's a lot of money. Yeah.
Would
But
you pay $70?
I'd pay. Sure, I'll pay 70.
It's the only reason I ask, and I already told you this.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Is literally because like before pre-NASA, that's about what it would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Like relatively speaking, it would have been around about $70.
Yeah,
per person.
pre-NASA, and this is a little off topic. It determines the attendance fee.
Mm-hmm.
If pre-NASA does well, then NASA does well, obviously. But going back to
Well, pre-NASA only changes it by like $15 tops, though. It's not,
well, it helps. I mean, every dollar helps. Like the cheaper it is, the easier it is to get into America. A $1 can make a huge difference for somebody. I know it sounds skeptical or a little
for locals, sure.
Okay,
but if you're from out of town and you're coming in to like, this is how I view it to some extent. If you're local, I can understand that viewpoint. It's like, if you were to go to a local convention, you wouldn't want to pay $1 million because you drove an hour. Like, it's not like, you're spending a ton of money. But like, if you're coming from America, you're already spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. If $15 is the make or break, you shouldn't be going because you're fucking yourself financially.
The exchange rate for American Canadian is
It's basically like $50.
yeah, pretty much.
Dark Areas, what's I've never been there. What's Windsor like? The part like just across the river from Detroit. Is that place shit?
I wouldn't necessarily have an event in Windsor, but maybe an event in London, which is only
London
about an hour away.
London jumped to me as if you were looking at that area.
London would be an interesting area. I mean, when it comes to the tech, I mean, there would be downgrades for sure. Pretty much all the tech that was borrowed this year. But like the resolution that we had, like I would, if my computer comes with me, which would be no problem, like I can bring my computer with me.
Yeah.
The recordings would still be in 1440 or higher.
Have all the data paths.
Everybody can bring their own capture card.
You could probably bring the Extron.
But I wouldn't be able to bring like all the consoles, maybe, for example. If I had a packed car, maybe I would be able to get more away of it, because we can say that, if we split the consoles between bags and stuff, everybody's bringing something. I mean, there would be downgrades. It would be approximately somewhere between NASA 1 and NASA 2, leaning more towards NASA 2 in terms of quality. Maybe not relying so much on RGB and component for capture sources. But I mean, I think it would still be an overall watchable event. Like, it would be very clear that it's not the trend of the rising video stream quality that we've been going for. It would definitely be a step back, and it's just how it would be.
I think, though, while it's not a bad thing to lower the quality, I would say keep going further and further, because the more you can present your marathon with higher production value, the better chance you have of attracting the right people. Yet again, if it's in America, you will attract a lot of Americans that want to come. It's easier. They don't have to travel as much. I mean, so there's travel no matter where you go. But, and this will tie in later with NASA, but I think, in my personal opinion, as far as tech goes and location with hotel, it should be in Canada. And this is the guy who wants it to be in Florida. Like, I would love NASA.
I'd like to do it in Florida too.
I would actually spend all my money to buy the tech and do like whatever. I sat there and talked to Fox about this. I'm like, listen, tell Dark Areas to give me a list. I will spend my money throughout the year to get what we need, and I'll host like a pseudo SGDQ in Florida. But the joke aside, seriously though, I would say just stay in Canada. As much as it sucks to not go into states, and I'm sure a lot of people would love to, if you keep focusing on improving the tech quality, people are going to look at that and say, wow, that's really impressive. I mean, I'm not going to name any events, not going to say anything disrespectful. I'm just going to say...
I mean, shit. We already learned, like, NASA, the first NASA, we didn't have consoles on the fucking ground, okay? So
Hey,
we
but
got
we
some-
did fucking trip over fucking Dazzles and blue screen the fucking server.
Yeah, you got that's you gotta watch out for those.
My counter argument to not being in Canada is purely that Cedar Point is in the U.S.
Yeah.
and Windsor is 2 hours 20 minutes from it, so that might be from Canada a decent place.
There you go. That's the important thing. Get the important
Right,
thing straight
right.
here.
Because I've been to Canada more than like twice, 2 years in a row, man. It's like I want some new roller coasters.
Yeah, I mean, well, we gotta work towards it. You gotta work towards it. I think even though like when I went to Wonderland, I enjoyed it. But I think the thing is, for this event to actually grow, you should still stay focused on keeping the quality as consistent as it can be. And if in the major goal for NASA is if funding is a big issue, you guys should seriously, and as sell out as it is, especially coming from me, maybe work towards trying to sell NASA to a sponsor. Not the rights, of course, but trying to get extra help in funding. Because if it's coming out of pocket, and I know it all comes out of all your pockets, you definitely need help with funding. And wherever it comes from, obviously you guys can decide, but that's if people come out to reach you. And people want to see a production, like high quality. Your tech is good. There's no doubt about that. The tech is really good. In fact, most of the time at NASA, when I watched the runs, everything was crisp. There was like a very few moments of hiccups, and usually that was on runner side, or if it was just like something bizarre happened. But most of the time, everything was crisp. And if I was a viewer, I would say keep it consistent. That's what I would say. And even if it has to be in Canada again, do it. Because if you want to grow and if you want to keep going, don't backpedal for the convenience of going to the States. If you need to keep growing and if you want to stay consistent, keep it in Canada. Just decide on a new location. And even though it kills the whole amusement park idea, and I hate it, trust me. I'd like to also go to amusement parks every year for NASA. Focus on the marathon before anything else.
You've killed Naegleria's dreams with that.
I get you.
No, me and Naegleria were talking about going to Florida, and I was going to scout for hotels near Orlando. Yeah, I mean,
Islands of
not.
Adventures,
Maybe,
I don't think Naegleria would be at the event for a single day.
No.
If you ended up there, he'd hit a different park every day.
No, 2 days. I like Islands of Adventure, Universal Studios, and Busch Gardens. I could do that all in 2 separate days.
Yeah, and you got Disney. You've got so many.
Fuck Disney, dude. That's kiddie shit. They have like 2 good roller coasters tops.
They have some good shit. Don't discredit Disney. I mean, they're releasing. That's Universal. They're releasing Pandora this year, and then Disney's releasing Toy Story Land. That might be kiddie shit. Well, maybe not.
Like I'm all about the roller coasters, and they only have like the Yeti one. What's that at Disney World?
The Yeti is in Animal Kingdom, and then they have the Rock and Roll.
Yeah, the Rock and Roller Coaster is pretty
good. But
that's MGM.
Yeti one.
If NASA does want to branch out to the States, I would say do it at a time where tech isn't as such of inconvenience, and definitely not, especially for your tech guy, because if Dark Aries and Crazy have to drive 4 fucking cars to one event, even as plausible as that might be, I wouldn't do it. I would say when NASA starts producing a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Just producing more and has actual potential. I mean, not to say it doesn't, it has potential.
Like revenue, I guess, from...
Yeah, I hate to say those words, but when it starts generating revenue where you can actually do things that are costly,
if it's physically possible to do it in the States.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's
practical, perhaps, would be a better choice of words.
It would be practical, but it wouldn't be optimal.
Fiscally practical, yeah.
Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I will say that because I like looking up on the YouTube channel that we have every now and again. There was a comment by somebody saying that, wow, the quality of the VODs is really improved for this NASA. And I'm glad that somebody is enjoying the fact that there is an improvement in quality. With all the talk, though, of like locations and roller coaster and that, I think it's a good segue into the hotel itself. We've talked a lot about the event itself and everything like that, but one of the things that we haven't really gone over yet is the actual venue itself. So, I don't know, what was all your guys' thoughts on it in general?
Hell of a lot cheaper than last year.
That is true.
And it was like more space.
Well,
like,
for if we're talking about the hotels, well, the stream and practice rooms, I think we're going to discuss a little later. But I think in terms of the hotel itself, or is this the stream and practice rooms too? I'm trying to figure out what we're commenting on here.
Yeah, it's separated.
Just
like it's
yeah. Because I was going to say, if it's just if we're talking about the hotel itself, it was like, in terms of, I think this has been one of the better years for things around the hotel. But I don't know if that's yet again included in here. But yeah, in terms of stuff around the hotel, it was definitely one of the nicer places, in the fact that there was a lot, like, food is important, but things that aren't food can kind of be important as well. And for example, having a trampoline place and a laser tag place, and even though I don't know how many people actually use those places, but having, hopefully, if the bowling alley was down, but if that was up, that would be yet another thing that would be in the area. And
personally, that was a major, that to me was the biggest thing that I was upset about. I don't understand why we didn't get a fucking discount. I don't understand why someone didn't like go to the fucking manager and be like, "Hey,
said you were going
remember?"
to do that.
No, I said you needed to fucking get the thing and go talk to them. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is,
no bowling.
That shit shouldn't have happened. Like, they told us that they had this fucking arcade and bowling alley and all this, and they never notified us that the time that we were reserving that shit was going to be under construction at any point. And we used that as a selling point for the event, right? In theory, right? So, like, we should have got a fucking discount.
Like, we should have just told them Florida Man is coming to talk about it. Got CFB on there. Just Google it.
Yeah, we got our top entertainers coming. They're gonna evaluate your bowling alley and arcade.
He's gonna tell you what he thinks about not having that shit. Florida Man does not fuck around.
Yeah, beyond that though, I mean, I think the hotel was generally pretty nice. Like any initial issues that we did end up having, like the doors that separated the cafe to the conference rooms or the ballrooms and all that.
It was basically all the rooms to the conference rooms. The issue with that, it turns out, well, they didn't know we were overnight. Yeah, well, they had the people at the front desk overnight had an outdated contract that said we were only supposed to have it until like 8 or 9 p.m. I think it said until midnight, but we were supposed to start at 7 a.m. the next day.
Yeah, it's the one I didn't even sign. So like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so they had an outdated one, and then I guess nobody really orders overnight, so they weren't expecting that. But once we got that figured out, they unlocked it, and that wasn't an issue past the first.
I didn't hear any complaints about the sleeping room specifically, whereas like last year, I think Shrimp had like spiders and shit. Other people had like radiator issues or some shit, and it was
yeah, I mean, I had a suite. I was all the way up on the 9th floor. That shit was really nice. It had a little kitchenette in it, full-size refrigerator, living room with a TV and a fold-out bed, and a bedroom with a TV, like, in a nice bathroom. Like, that shit was legit. And I think that it cost us each, because we fit 5 people in it, we could have fit 6 comfortably, like, very comfortably. I think each it cost us like an extra $30 compared to what it cost most people for their room. How much was it per night
for the suite, actually?
It was literally like an extra like $30 per night. So like it cost us each like an extra like $30 or $40 to be in the suite instead of a regular room.
But the couch can pull out, so you could theoretically like comfortably have 6 or more people in there.
Because it's $169 a night for the regular rooms on our rate, so it'd be like $199.
Yeah,
it's an extra $30.
That's like that would be if you wanted to, if you didn't care about like personal space and you just wanted like, I'm just going to sleep in the room and then get the fuck out like I do. It's like, just cram it all in there. I think, Laz, were you in that, our SGG 2014 room? Were you in there the last night where we had 11 people in just like a normal 2-bedroom one?
What event?
SGG 2014.
2014? SGDQ 2014?
Yeah. I remember the last night we had 11 people in the one room.
Oh yeah. I remember. Well, I was in a different room, I think, but I remember I heard about it. Yeah. People crammed. Like rooms weren't a problem this year. Rooms were actually nice. Like they were really well. Room service came by quite frequently. They always kept changing towels, making sure everything was clean. They did a really phenomenal job. The only downside being
Trash cans.
Trash cans.
Yeah.
I remember having to get up and like trash was quite. It wasn't bad, but there was trash on tables, trash on the ground, whether it's food wrappers and stuff. And I remember picking up the trash and like, okay, this is messy. Let's clean it up a little bit. And I went to the trash can, and there was a small can. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it was like a
Yeah.
paper bin almost. Like it's,
Yeah.
Yeah, when we requested a trash bin, we were expecting like,
A full bin.
a full bin,
garbage bag,
and
yeah.
for both rooms, because eventually they did bring us a larger-ish trash can,
Which
but
in
they
the last
only-
day they actually took away and replaced it with a small bin.
with another
again.
small bin
Yeah.
again. They must have needed it. But yeah, it was like we really needed two, and we
Yeah.
only got one. So that was probably my largest complaint with them. Was
I
just
think
sorta,
that we really, that's just something to keep in mind next time. When we're talking to them about exactly what we want in the room, we should say a large trash can per room.
it might be worth it for us to get our own like one bin just for like recycling plastics and cans and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
That would
Depot,
be-
Bottle Depot, you
Yeah.
could get like $5. I mean,
Right.
it's
that'd be a good idea. Make some money.
I will chime in here a bit just because I know how, because I work in a hotel essentially. That's where I do all the AV, and generally what they're used to is when a conference happens, people do breakouts. Like they'll go for a break, they'll go for lunch, they'll go for dinner. And at that point in time, everybody just kind of leaves their stuff on the table, right? Their drinks and everything like that. And during that time, housekeeping or porters or who else whatnot, they'll go into the room and get things tidied up. Obviously, that doesn't happen with a 24 hours event like
No.
ours. They don't get that luxury. We don't get that luxury. It's just we need to throw things in the garbage. So I don't think they were really expecting that, since it seems that they really didn't understand the concept of us being there 24/7 to begin with. One of the other things that I'll mention as well is with this hotel is because it was farther out from the Toronto area, it ended up being a lot cheaper, and that's why we got the size of the rooms that we did for that price. I don't think the registration for NASA from last year and this year was really that much different, but we had a drastically larger square footage for the event. And that's one of the pros of going farther out from Toronto. I know at work, a lot of companies and groups they mention they're based in Toronto, but they come to Niagara because the venues and everything else are that much cheaper. Even taking into account that people will not be able to sleep at home, they have to rent, book a hotel room and everything. The cost of doing a conference in the Toronto area is just a lot more expensive than doing something in the outside the Toronto area. So that's another thing to consider as well when we kind of looked at this hotel. When we got the price for the square footage of the rooms, we're like, holy crap, this is amazing. This is about this. I think it was about the same price as what we had last year, but we had like three or four times the space compared to last year. Because those rooms, they were fairly small last year, and this year they were much, much bigger. So,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was really thirsty 99% of the time
Yeah.
I was in the stream room because there was never any water being refilled ever.
This was an issue last year too. I think that's one of those things that they don't expect people. Maybe they don't expect people to go through water that fast, but considering the fact that in ours people are always thirsty, I think we either need to tell them it's like every 3 hours we want somebody to come and refill water or something like that. Because you're right, we were always out of water, and they gave us a lot of pitchers in the stream room, but I think the casual room had like 3 pitchers of water,
Yeah.
where the other one had like 8. So I think we needed more pitchers
Yeah.
in the casual room.
They had all of those, except they were all completely empty as soon as you got to them. Like,
Yeah.
I think I got maybe 2 glasses of water all week out of the actual rooms where, like, the water
I
station
ended up getting
was.
a bottle and just filling up in the sink. I mean,
Yeah. So maybe not even necessarily asking them, maybe like, I don't know, getting like cases of water or something and
You know
just
what you
getting a
need?
cooler or something like that.
You need a guy assigned at NASA to just be on water duty and just remind the hotel
The
staff
water
like,
boy.
I'm Water Boy. Hi there. I'm with the NASA organization. I'm here to collect some water. Can you please bring water to the marathon?
Like hydration bought in real life,
Get a water sponsor. Bingo.
sponsored by Aquafina.
Heck yeah.
I still like the dream. I remember Studio like wanted to do it for GDQs of having a speed stick, like Colgate sponsor. Like that, it's just so fucking perfect. They didn't end up getting it, but it's like the dream is still like the legend never dies, man.
So I have to transition to this one because this is one a lot of people had problems with, and that was travel to the hotel. There's no shuttle, obviously, to the airport because it was way too far out. And if I was reading some of Bill's tweets on how much it would cost for an Uber, it was about. He said it was 100 or it was a 90 to 100 Canadian bucks to actually get to the hotel from the airport with an Uber.
Yeah, but what about the fucking bus?
Right.
No one used it. No one used the bus.
Yeah,
no
like
one took the
that's
bus.
it's in our little notes here, but like literally I don't get that. As someone who has been taking public transportation for a very large portion of their life for work and shit, like the bus route from YYZ, like the public transportation route, it took a while. It was like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, but it was really simple. Like I looked at it and I was like, oh, okay, so you literally take a train from there to there and then get on a bus from there to there and then get on another bus and you're there. It just took forever. But it was cheap.
It's too complex for most attendees. They're used to having
Well,
a
I
shuttle
mean,
take them.
ESA's venue wasn't too complex for their attendees. Are we saying that Europeans are superior?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. ESA, it was like from Copenhagen or Gothenburg.
Yeah.
It's like 3 trains, 2 buses, and like a
Right.
fucking gondola or some shit. Like it was a pain in the ass getting there.
That was
But it was-
literally every attendee, unless you lived in driving distance, you were taking 4 hours of public
Yeah.
transportation, 3 hours of public transportation to get to
One
that
thing
event.
I will mention is that, unfortunately, really you only have 2 options. You drive from Toronto to here, or you take the bus, and the bus takes a while. You can train for a portion of it. There is actually expansions happening where there will be a train going from Union Station in Toronto all the way to Niagara. Obviously, there's delays on it because there's cities in between Niagara, Stony Creek, just frickin' Stony Creek. They don't have a platform ready or a train station ready at all. There's just no train station there, so they have to build everything from scratch. Unlike in Niagara, where there's a VIA train that goes directly to the States or to wherever it goes. There's already infrastructure there, at least, of some sort. So if in the future it will be possible to just take a train to Niagara, you're pretty much downtown. You can go then take a bus and then go wherever you want. There was conveniently a bus stop right outside the hotel if anybody wanted to travel locally in the area. Doesn't seem that many people really used it for the most part, but there was that option there. So, I mean, transportation in the region will get better. It's one of the things that it is being worked on right now. Currently, it is a little bit of a pain. Fortunately, Naegleria and Dark Fox, they got rides from the airport to the venue. But anybody else, if they had to bus or anything, like even people locally, there's a decent speedrunning scene in the Toronto area, and it was not the easiest for them to reach. We picked them up pretty much. People like Pidge and Big Law and things like that. We picked them up essentially at the Go bus stop at the mall that was about 5-10 minutes away from via car. but it was still a bit of a trip for them because they had to make their way all the way to whatever station and then go down. Again, it's about a 2-3 hour bus trip when the drive itself is could be under an hour if you're lucky, depending on traffic conditions. So it's one of those things where the traffic infrastructure maybe is just not the most ideal in comparison to what other people are used to. Like when you go to a GDQ of any sort and they have a shuttle going directly to the hotel. So
Well, yeah, but they also have a hotel where the fucking doors don't close on the bathrooms all the way because they have to be like right next to the airport so that they can get that shuttle service. And they have nothing around them because they have to be right next to the airport to get that shuttle service. And Dulles is a horrible airport, just for the record.
Well, regardless of what GDQ's doing, our travel situation is only going to improve by really like finding a new venue. The infrastructure in the Greater Toronto area might improve, in the next coming years, but so getting something like a shuttle is about proximity to a hotel. That's just kind of how it is. Unless we get some folks, and there's some whispers of maybe some offerings of providing a personal shuttle, charging people, $5, 10, for gas, whatever. But unless people are willing to do that, unless we can find a hotel that's closer that just can provide it, and within a time frame that's early enough that we could get something around the price that we got, because otherwise we're going to look at raising the attendance fee just out of necessity because of either where the hotel is or, if we want the same amount of space, which we'll if we do, but something comparable, even is we have to get that soon, and we have to get it somewhere, but it's hard to say where exactly we could put it that's like ideal for everybody to have a good travel experience to the event. Like some shit's just gonna be crappy, but other stuff is within our control. So
the main point I was making with GDQ's situation is that they have the budget to where they can afford a hotel that close, and it serves their needs really well because you've got so many attendees. You need that. You need to be able to get them to and from the airport really quickly and easily, regularly, right? But at our scale, the hotels that we've looked at, have we ever looked at a hotel with a shuttle?
When we were looking in the Toronto area, which we kind of got screwed out of for last year, that there was options for shuttles. Realistically speaking, again, the
I've
closer...
already asked a bunch. Only 2 or 3 have responded so far. We'll need more to compare.
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't know. One of the things that people need to realize is you can't just go oh, I want to have something in this area and just have everything work out. We need to look at a lot of venues if they even respond to us. How much does it cost for it to be there? What is around the venue? How do you get from the venue back and forth?
Yeah, the first thing I look for is literally 24/7 places, food-wise, like Denny's, IHOPs, and then see which of those have hotels nearby. Hopefully, around the airport, what's the closest 24/7 foods is usually the first thing I look for.
Yeah, and then other things, for example, we might find a place and it's in a good location. There's 24-hour places. It's near an airport and it has a shuttle. Then you go in and it turns out they don't have wired internet, or their wired internet does 0.5 megabytes a second.
Or they haven't tested it.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's just always, for this year, for NASA 1, the thing was that the internet ended up being crap, but there was an IHOP right outside that was 24/7, and it was within a reasonable amount from the Chicago airport, O'Hare, whatever it was.
I still have it bookmarked, the SQ 2013, the Sheraton Denver Tech Center in Utah, I think. I don't know, Denver, it's Colorado. And that's got an IHOP too, and it's a fucking great spot. It's just, it's in fucking Colorado.
Yeah.
But there's in NASA 2, we had it closer to Toronto. It was in the Oakville area, so about 20-minute drive from the airport, maybe a little bit longer depending on traffic. But the the food options around the area, even though there was quite a bit, it was kind of all localized to one genre of food. And if you didn't like that genre of food, you were kind of screwed. The 24/7 McDonald's that did exist required crossing the bridge, and that was a bit of a walk, about 20 minutes to half an hour. So if you're really hungry, and, you know, you don't necessarily want to walk that, especially in the middle of the night. So, I mean, there was trade-offs there. For NASA 3, the trade-off mainly was travel. It's hard to pick something that really hits every single note properly. Even other events, there's probably always some, no matter what event you go to, be it big or small, there's probably some complaint about any part of the venue. Oh, it's too far away from this. Oh, I don't like the food around it. Oh, I don't like the rooms there. Or the internet's not that great, or anything. There's always something wrong. And I think just trying to strike the right balance between all of the aspects is really what you try to hope for. So
Yeah, that's why I know when we were looking, and that's because I know there's the GO train, and it was along the GO train line for the last event. That GO train line goes all the way down to Burlington. So there technically is a whole line along there that we did think of looking in the past, and it's just a matter of, yet again, striking those balances and figuring out, well, if it's along that train line and right near it, it's a little more expensive than anywhere else, other place we look. So there's things like that, but you're right, it's always a trade-off.
Yeah, and I think getting into the stream and the practice rooms for now, I think having that larger space, I think, was pretty nice in terms of like having the tech come in. Like the environment didn't ever get too hot, I would say, especially once we learned the code to the temperature controls from the hotel, so we didn't have to keep asking them to keep changing it. So I think that was pretty sweet. But it had also the effect of making it seem as though runs were like less attended than they actually were, or that they like, you know, maybe the lens on our camera may have also contributed to that. But, you know, we actually had more people at the event, but it didn't look that way because all of the spaces were bigger and also spread apart more than last year's. 20.
Well, it's funny. I hear people saying that, and I commented on this when we were chatting, and I would like to do an interesting measurement, but last year, the distance between the stream room and the couch room, they weren't like right next to each other.
Right.
You did have to walk down a full hallway to get to the other room.
It was only like a third of the full hall.
Yeah. It was maybe like, so it was a little closer, but it's not like it was you walk out of one door and into the other. The interesting thing that when we were discussing it earlier, it kind of jumped into my mind as a possible reason why maybe some people didn't go as much from one room to the other, is that since we did have a projector playing the game in the other room, people didn't need to come to the other room to see what game was being played and what was going on. They could sit in the casual room and do their practices or play board games and still get to watch the stream. So you didn't always have to be in the room to watch the event. So there still would be a good amount of people, but if there were slightly less people at certain times, that may have been one of the reasons.
yeah, and I mean the event definitely had more people. I'm kind of looking into it, trying to compile the stats. Unfortunately, the problem with trying to do this 2 years after the fact is that the history is a little bit unkind with trying to keep information. But I did kind of a preliminary thing. Based on the information I could find, about 22 people registered online for NASA 1. For NASA 2, there was about 38 that I could find that pre-registered online for the event. For NASA 3, I just had to pull up the spreadsheet. The amount of people that registered online for the event is 66. So there was, even just looking at that is a major jump from the people who were attended. And I mean, there was people who even casually attended. I think Naegleria was mentioning that there was a dad and his kid who just showed up to watch the speedruns.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was definitely more people.
And they were there like throughout the week too. They were just chilling, watching speedruns, which is.
So I don't think they showed up. I think they did go. Yeah, I was gonna say
days,
I saw a leaf. I saw a leaf in chat there. So I was gonna say I think that was you. But I think they did register ahead of time.
No, they did. But what I'm saying is that like
you're saying
the amount
variety.
of people, the variety of people showed there was definitely more people who showed up to the event. It's just the fact that when you're not cramped in a room and you have breathing space, all of a sudden the fact that there's more people isn't really noticeable. And it kind of looked like the opposite, that there was maybe less people. But when you think about it, and the amount of people who showed up, and then even considering the people who dropped last moment but were going to show up, it definitely is and was the biggest NASA to date, just on people who showed up. So it's the event's not dying, contrary to popular belief. It is still still going.
It had the most like pre-purchase of tickets. I think it also had the most like day zero drops.
Right. I mean,
so I can understand the misunderstanding.
yeah. Like just my group of friends, for example, like from the Souls community, it went from NASA 1, it was me and Nax. And then NASA 2, I didn't even show up, but Nax and Mecca and Zaz all came. And then NASA 3, it was me, Nax. You know, so like everyone is getting together with more and more of their friend group, and more people are willing to show up because they're starting to see the quality, which is kind of what Laz was talking about earlier. You know, the quality draws people in because it's nice to watch. And it looks fun, because it is.
And of the choice between, like, if we had to pick between, like, you know, viewer fun versus attendee fun, I'm always going to choose attendee. But it's like, you know, if y'all can make that shit look nice, go for it.
Right.
Yeah, they go kind of hand in hand. And I think, you know, keeping the venue comfy is definitely a priority, I think, of all of ours. You know, trying to make
Absolutely.
you know, a good atmosphere that's, you know, welcoming, inclusive, and, you know, also can provide you a space to see some good shit, you know, and whether that's, you know, you're going to Wonderland or you're watching movies later on in the practice room, whatever it ends up being, you know, and I think having all of that extra space that we had this year was really nice in that regard. But I think having it separated, even if it's like, you know, the hallways were comparable, the hallways were still much bigger, you know? So it's just it felt more separated than maybe it maybe was. And maybe we can get into this now, but I think an idea that we've had is sort of moving away from a 2-room setup into like a 1-room setup, similar to what ESA has done in the past, or may still do now with their new esports arena thing.
It's like SKOVDE with like umlauts over the O and E, and it's like the American would be like scoved, but it's like the S is silent, the K is like pronounced like something else, and it's like hovda or hov.
Yeah, but they're in like an arena or whatever, and you know, so they've got everything in one big room. So we've been talking about doing that in the future because, let's see, there's a couple of advantages. Number one, that could open us up to more potential availabilities with hotels, because now, you know, we don't need to necessarily book 2 rooms. It's like maybe we can get a much bigger just ballroom that could also potentially be cheaper overall. You know, if you know, if the 2 costs of 2 rooms are, you know, like $300 a day each, and then we only get one of them because they're fucking huge, that could really work out. And then we'd all be in one space. You know, it wouldn't seem like there's like not a lot of people around. Maybe they're not all watching the run.
You need to grab someone, they're just over there.
Right. So and I think the main complaint that people have with a 1-room setup is sort of the noise, and if they want to, you know, focus in on practice, or they want to, you know, have a quieter conversation, or you know, a card game, board game, whatever they, you know. Then if you're in one big room, you might not have that availability. So we've been toying with sort of, you know, how do we?
The stream and the board game shit would be on opposite corners, so you could even have like, the reason I kind of bought these was in case anyone wants to like do like this. That's not noise canceling, but it's like it lowers that.
It helps.
Shit.
Yeah.
You could do what SGDQ 2014 did by putting sliders on in the room.
Separators.
Separators too. I mean, you don't have to completely lock the rooms off, but you could have like
a quiet section, just one.
Yeah, 1/4 of the room belonging to the stream. I mean, or 50%, whatever. How much the tech needs, and slide it off. But of course, leave space where there's a gap where you can actually go in and out. Or if you just want to leave it open, put one slider to separate the tech station from the actual rest of the marathon room, or the rest of the room. You could do that. And noise really shouldn't be an issue, because as long as everyone understands that, hey, we're all in the room together, like, you can be loud, but don't be way too
Obnoxious.
loud. Yeah, don't be obnoxious. Like, treat the stream room like you would treat, like, any
A family reunion.
yeah, like a family, like a funeral. Oh no.
Not a funeral.
Well, a funeral for some of the runs. But yeah, that's a good idea.
Todd Rogers' career.
Yeah, I mean,
more.
it really depends on the room too. If you get a
Yeah.
3,000 square foot space, that's pretty sizable. You could be pretty
yeah.
loud, and we our microphones might not pick it up. So
No.
from that angle, it'd be fine.
I mean,
but yeah.
it depends. They didn't pick up the massive drilling that was happening on the other side
Yeah.
of the wall in the
Right.
stream.
I mean,
So.
That was
the
funny.
The brat that was going on
Yeah.
constantly.
And
Right.
and one
Yeah.
thing I do want to point out is that this year ESA has a new venue. I don't know if they're still doing the one big room thing, but they're in a different city now. It's more pronounceable. It's called Malmo.
Right.
So-
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah, because they went from Hovda to Vekwa, which is like VAXJO, umlaut over the A and the O. It's not Vacchio, it's like
Yeah.
Vekwa. It's
yeah. But
Oh.
now
Swedish-
they're in a brand
Swedish
new
names are,
venue
like,
for
they
this
don't
year.
even follow
So
Swedish rules because they're based off of like Swedish names from like 8 centuries ago, and none of them fucking make sense. It's total. I don't like it.
yeah, I don't know if this year ESA is doing the thing, but they have a brand new venue which looks fairly nice.
Yeah,
So
one big
we'll,
room.
we'll see how it
Yeah,
goes for them this
so-
year.
The couch is way too small.
Yeah.
That's on here.
Having
And
a
honestly,
slightly bigger one would be nice.
I think that you really want a couch that seats more than like 2 people comfortably.
Ideally, I think 4
Like-
people total.
To
Yeah.
be fair, I was able to sleep on it, so the couch is perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Laz, you're opening yourself up to some jokes here. I don't think you.
Yeah.
No, the couch was. So I don't want to interrupt Dark Fox because I know he's on train of thought, but I just want to say the couch was comfortable. It
Yeah.
wasn't like the most comfortable thing I've ever sat on, but it was so good that most of the time I found myself sitting on it. I tried not to sit on it if it's a run I don't know the runner or anything. Like I have some self control, but there was a time when Naegleria was doing Crazy Taxi, and I'm like, Brobos was sleeping on it. Brobos woke up, and I'm like, dog, I've been up all night. Can we swap? And Naegleria didn't have anyone for commentaries, and it was like in the morning. I was like, okay, no,
Yeah,
it's time to get
I'm pretty
comfy.
sure you slept from my crazy taxi run, and then you woke up during my point blank run.
Yeah, yeah, I slept through a while. It's comfortable, but bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, couldn't go wrong. We had a lot of room for a bigger couch. In fact, we moved the couch so much,
Yeah.
so having a bigger one wouldn't hurt. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, it might be a pain to bring in, but
Well, that's actually the key thing that you mentioning that sentence works over very well when you say one to bring in. For the past few years, we haven't brought in a couch. The very first year we bought a couch from Goodwill and we brought it in. The last 2 years, we've asked the hotel to supply a couch for us. So the thing is that we don't really have a super amount of control over what couch they're using unless we've already seen it beforehand. So last year we didn't actually, both, I think the last year's event we did see the couch because they pointed out, like we pointed at like a specific couch and we're like, can we have this couch in the thing? And it was like, okay, yeah, we'll get this couch in for you. But this year we just asked for a couch and they said, yes, we can get you one. But we had no clue what type of couch they were going to bring for us.
it's love
So
seats,
so it might have been one of those things where we could have looked beforehand and been like, do you actually know what couch we're getting? We could have checked that out, and then they could have said, we could have been like, oh, do you actually have a bigger couch for us to use? But I don't think any of us thought about the fact that they would have given us such a small couch.
I think there was also an opportunity for some comfier chairs to be brought into either the practice room or the stream room. Like there were those nice
outside
upholstery
chairs.
looking, like purple looking chairs, and
Oh,
some
yeah,
other
nice.
some other convention or something. I think it was like a wedding shower or something. Like pulled those in for their thing. Now I got jealous and I was like, oh, dude, we should have took that shit. Damn.
Yeah, we had one. We
Yeah.
had one nice chair, and that chair was brought from my parents' place. That I quickly dropped by
Nice.
and grabbed it over. Yeah, nice. Well, by nice, it means nicer than
Yeah.
the rest of the chairs that were there. It still wasn't a nice chair. We did ask for office chairs, but I don't. You may have missed
They didn't
that
have
in the
any.
email and or they didn't have any.
or something
But-
like that. Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't get any provided. So
And to be
that would have been
fair,
nice.
the chairs weren't that bad that we did get. Like the
You're right.
Yeah,
You're
they're
right.
like-
They weren't.
Yeah.
For like run-of-the-mill chairs, they're all right.
Yeah,
yeah.
you can sleep
Yeah.
on them. A lot of sleeping on those chairs.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Quo caught me off guard with that.
Yeah, he made that whole fort.
Yeah, I remember I was walking around spraying the room with cleaning it up, and I walked literally right beside him until I didn't notice him until I was right beside him, and caught me off guard there.
What a god.
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, there's also, seating in the casual room. I mean, the casual room, if we keep it as a separate room, I do think that we should make it more of like a loungy environment. I think that the like blow up couches and stuff that should be in the casual room. Not
Also, one thing we fucked up on, there was a guy like a month before the event, he's like, yo, I got like 6 CRTs, I could,
Yeah.
could bring them. And we're like, cool. And then day of, we're like, did anyone talk to that guy?
Right.
It was like, we
Yeah,
kinda
came
fucked
into
up there.
the event, and I was trying to set up some stuff to practice my HD. Like,
Yeah.
couldn't use any of the CRTs, and I'm like, well, fuck, what do I practice on? Because I had no option. So I had to use my computer. Of course, we did get a TV come in at some point, but yeah, there was like a huge criticism. There's just no TVs, so
Yeah.
a lot of people, and that could play into the fact that maybe people couldn't just practice. I mean, of course, I don't believe that, but I think with more
Mhm.
TVs, you would have a lot more people actually playing games, whether they're practicing or not. I mean, there still were people playing a lot of retro
Yeah.
games. It was still
I guess,
really
yeah,
fun.
we should also bring back that like $5 discount if you bring a TV shit. I mean, it makes sense.
I think it would work over well.
I think people who can bring plenty of consoles can definitely bring in at least a
Yeah.
small portion size, LCD or something. It doesn't have to be expensive or wide.
Right.
I mean, I'd love to have a plasma with F-Zero GX on it. But of course, that wasn't the case.
Like an AGDQ 2015.
Oh, so good, so good.
Reminder that setting that up was when Naegleria was asked for his autograph.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then
That guy
they
asked
took.
a lot of weird questions to
Yeah,
people.
he did.
Yeah.
He did. I think that one thing I should kind of bring up to that point to some extent is if you need an HD compatible TV, there's one in every room.
True, but you can't bring it down. I think that you
No,
can
I mean,
practice-
yeah, you can't hang out with everyone while you're practicing,
Yeah.
but you can, worst case scenario, in this situation, if you really wanted to practice in HD, you could have plugged up in your room.
You could, but
Right.
if you're a speedrunner and a natural entertainer who streams on Twitch.tv, you gotta put on a show.
Right.
But no, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. You could. There's plenty of TVs you could stream, but the problem is in an event like this, you want to do your speed game in front of your friends, especially
Yeah.
in a live audience, because it helps
Yeah.
people feel, okay, well, I'm about to stream in front of a bunch of people, and I'm gonna have people behind me who have no idea what I'm playing. So I kind of need to practice commentary. Of course, not everyone did that. Some commentary was absent, some commentary was there. Whether it was good or bad, it helps to do it in an environment where there's actual people. I mean, obviously, practice wasn't so much a thing for some people here, but it just would have been nice. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I forgot 2 of my TVs at my parents' house before I came over, and then I subsequently forgot them again when I went back to take my cat to the hospital. So yeah, my bad on that one. I know.
No,
I
yeah.
know on I know on NASA 2 I brought like 5 fucking PVMs and shit, so we're kind of spoiled.
Yeah.
At that point in time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where people like this kind of comes into the supplying equipment stuff, where it's like a lot of this stuff, at least in all these years, have come from us, and we don't all own like 80 TVs that are very portable. So it's one of those things where we need people to bring stuff in if we
And
want.
we're not at the size where we could just ask like hotels if they have like old CRTs when they want to like switch to LCDs or some shit. Be like, yeah, just give them to us. But it's like,
where we
hotels
store
will
them.
have like 100 of them, and it's like that's
because we can't really store them anywhere.
Right. All the things I
think-
brought was just personal stuff, So
Yeah.
and
Despite the TV problem, I mean, it wasn't a huge deterrent, though. I think seating was acceptable. It could have been better for Mafia in particular. But yeah, overall, as someone who came to the event, used the practice room for actual practice, I was able to still do it. So I think if I think it also another thing is if you guys don't have the equipment logistically, and it would make sense, like you can't supply everything, you can't supply every demand. It would say you should probably say, hey, if you're bringing something specific, like you need a CRT, if you need a HD or something of that nature, you might want to bring your own if you can. Because not everyone can. You can't go on a plane and bring a TV with you. But if you're driving, which we had a lot of drivers, which is something real quick I'll backtrack on the traveling thing. We had a lot of people driving to NASA this year. So huge shout outs to the people who drove back and forth. So if you had issues, thank you drivers. But we had a lot of people driving, and if you do drive up, bring a TV if you have room.
I could also see that might be a benefit for doing it in the States, is that like if more people are going, there also might be a lot more drivers too.
Yeah.
Trade-off-ish.
But I wouldn't
Yeah.
worry so much about that. Still,
Yeah.
yet again, I don't want to backtrack on that. I just, yet again, if you're traveling to NASA and you're not going by plane and you plan on going by car, bring a TV. If you got space, if you don't trust anyone with it, yet again, I've been to a lot of these events. People don't purposely fuck shit up. And if you feel like your TV's in danger, don't worry about it. There's people always watching. There's eyes everywhere. Even if they're not staff, someone will say something like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's not cool. Don't do that. Because there's, yet again, it's a natural thing to respect people's personal property. And if someone brings in
And
like
yeah, speedrunners, they respect the tube TVs, man. They
yeah, don't fuck
Yeah.
with the TVs. If you destroy CRT in front of a speedrunner, I'm not gonna elaborate on that. I'll let you imagine. But yeah,
eventually we'll be shooting them into the moon.
speaking of rules and not things to do,
I was gonna say, speaking of, I need to go to the bathroom. Do we want to take a quick break before we do that?
Let's talk about everything while Dark Fox is
Just
gone.
go take a
That's the,
piss. We'll talk without you.
you're
Fuck
good.
off.
You're good.
All right.
We'll let
fine.
you get to the.
I'm gonna
When you come
fuck
back,
off.
you'll get the climax.
okay.
Yeah,
see
I'll
you
come
in
back
2
for the
seconds.
climax. Hell yeah.
Go run away, Dark Fox. Run.
Basically, some people in chat or in the attendance room. Basically, I think the rule is like, number one, don't be a dumbass, and that you could kind of elaborate on that. And that basically, like, first thing is like for chatting on stream is like no hate speech or any of that shit. Like if you want to talk about how much you hate minorities or shit like that, like fuck off. I just want to speed run. Like you can swear and whatever. Talk about how much you hate like Nintendo as a company. I don't give a shit. But it's like keep it civil. Like holy fuck.
Be a decent human being, essentially.
Yeah. Like we didn't have any real problems with that too much, so that was all right. But it's like I guess just as an elaborate on is like no hate speech or like I guess excessive shit posting. Like if you're shit posting and it's just like it's not funny, you got to step up your shit posting game, man, or you're gonna get timed out. You gotta bring in the good jokes because I also think more so on like moderation side is like the chat mods are just like, yeah, go nuts. If you want to ban someone, do it. Whereas we could say it's like, all right, let's just give them like 24-hour timeouts for like minor infractions if they're. Oh no, fuck that. Head crab, you ban on site. Hate speech and head crab is banned on site. Bad shit posting, 24-hour timeout. Or just like if the mods are like, dude, fuck off, they could just give you like a 10-minute. If you just keep doing it and it's just not funny, 24-hour. You got to hopefully you step up your shit posting game after that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
there's.
I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Lurk. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, I was going to get into sort of. I think there's and this isn't maybe necessarily easy for people to pick up on in terms of social cues and things like that, but there is both in person and online. There are certain forums for certain types of expressions of whatever the fuck you want to say. If you want to start talking about how you're gonna go shoot up drugs after you're whatever the fuck you're doing, like you might not want to be doing that super publicly. Maybe you want to be doing that with some folks that you actually know, and that's you start telling stuff like that. And
yeah, don't talk about shit that literally breaks the law, please.
Right. Yeah. So with Twitch, it's like we can the channel can literally get banned for our chat's behavior. So if you think it's epic to, write whatever memes and stuff in chat, that's cool, but keep it, separated into the right mediums, If you want to take your ultra edgy shitlord shit posting, go to the appropriate chans to do that sort of shit on. That's where you can do that. We're still reading it. It's chill the fuck out. Your shit posting is noticed. You have, if you're trying to trigger people, you've probably done it, in some way, whether or not, you get the reaction web 'em that you really want or not. This shit is there, and it does not need to be in our Twitch chat. It doesn't need to be repeated over and over and over again at the event. It's like there are places for certain types of expression, and people just need to figure out that, like, and I think other marathons have had some issues with that. Obviously you want to ride a line between, we're not going to go fucking Clage mode on people and start, and I think in chat maybe we started banning people a little too much. We tried to, we've been experimenting with moderation. Yeah. Before our chat mods, we didn't really have any, or it was like Naegleria added whoever he like recognized in chat, I think, at the first NASA.
The first NASA, like anyone I met in person, it's like, you're a mod.
Right.
Or it's like random people, it's like, I would ask people, it's like, do you want to ban Headcrab? I will personally mod you, so you can personally ban Headcrab.
Now you get to ban Headcrab. And so now, it's just, I think it goes hand in hand with sort of our run philosophy, and, we can't just let everything in anymore. We can't just ignore our chat and just tell people, well, fuck off. It's Twitch chat. What are you looking at Twitch chat for? Like, why are you taking what they put in there seriously? But it's we don't want to get banned, so we have to start taking charge of this sort of shit.
I mean, it's sort of like how this, like on the stream rules, it's like, don't do anything that'll get the stream banned. That's sort of the same with chat.
Right.
It's just like allowed to, like, it's not that different in terms of what is allowed and isn't, but it's like, man, don't do that shit. Fuck off.
Yeah, and then like we can even say it's like we already know that it's at a point where we need to improve, when it's like we've definitely already gotten feedback from some people that we need to do things about cleaning up chat a bit. I know at certain points it went a little overboard in the other way, but we have heard already from people that we definitely don't want to be having our channel known as somewhere where people are just going to completely shut up and make it for an awful chat. It'll hurt our channel in the future, and we're already aware that it might.
I think it's when new people are coming into the stream, and then the first thing they see is just terrible things in chat. Because I mean, I'm gonna word Naegleria here and say that even ironic shitposting is still shitposting. Like, if that's the first thing you see and you're a new person to the event and the stream, it's a little bit off-putting if you don't know the culture of it.
I wrote like an updated rules list, and part of it was like, no hate speech, like ironic hate speech is still hate speech, and no like unfunny shitposting. Ironic shitposting is still shitposting. So it's like, even if you're just being a dumbass on purpose, it's like you gotta be a good, like a funny dumbass, or you're gonna get timed out. You gotta step it up, and you don't fucking break Twitch's rules. Like,
have you talked about on-site stuff at all?
We'll get to that. Chat.
Okay.
One thing I want to mention about chat though is that it's one of the reasons that Twitch is kind of hard on the chat now is because their main point of reasoning is that if you just come into the channel and you don't have the context to something, you can interpret it in a different way. Because a lot of conversation, a lot of social cues come down to context. Is it okay in this context, or is it not okay in this context?
Mm-hmm.
And when you don't have the context, it's hard to create an informed decision. If I say something stupid and it can be interpreted as something really not appropriate, well, then that's not a good thing. And when people come into the stream and they don't have the context or the culture and they're brand new, it's a little bit off-putting, and it kind of hinders things in a way. So it doesn't help as well, though, when you try to for moments in time, if there's only one person at the tech station, it's kind of hard to make sure that you're doing everything all at once and still keeping an eye on Twitch chat itself. When there's other moderators who kind of jumped in, that's good, but obviously It's something to look into to make sure that there's a constant coverage of the chat itself.
Even coverage, and an even coverage. Make sure that everyone's on the same page about what is and isn't reasonable.
I think the answer to that, that I would say is like people that aren't going to the event but like still want to help out that I've like met or trust. You just be like, all right, like I'll put you all in, like we can have like a Discord channel for them. Be like, just like if people like do hate speech or just like not funny shit posting and they won't stop. It's like time you can give like here's the things that mods should, like rules for mods of like timeout, like first 10 minutes, then an hour, then a day,
Right.
and like permaban or some shit, just to like get some framework for it.
Yeah.
Are you basically saying please apply here if you are genuinely serious about actually helping moderate the Twitch chat?
Sure.
And one thing I actually, sorry, I was just going to do one quick point, which is about when you were talking about context, Aries, it was one of those things where it's like, if you're in a 5-person watching channel that nobody's really caring about, you're at less of a chance where somebody's going to come in out of context. When you're on the front page with 5,000 viewers and you have hundreds of people jumping in and out every second, then it becomes a lot more important as well, because when you're talking about people constantly jumping in and out of your channel, that's where you run into these sort of issues as well. Of course, it still makes our points that we always want chat to be, civil and such like that. But we're talking especially so when you look at times like this where you're having hundreds of users that have never seen your channel once before jumping in and looking at chat.
Right.
The one thing I want to add, and the main thing about chat, is you can't never really control it, which sucks, because the problem with chat is they say a lot of dumb shit. I think we can all agree there's a lot of predominantly really dumb, fucked up shit that they usually say, and it probably doesn't help that NASA in these couple of years has been seen as an obvious opposite. And it would be nice if the image of NASA can go from one thing from where it is now. Because for whatever reason, and this is expanding upon what Lurk is saying, people feel that even though NASA is completely lax, you could say whatever, obviously in context that you're decent and you're not trying to be some edgy little 10-year-old who just got on his dad's computer to say some really fucked up shit that your friend just said on some fucking forum that no one uses. You've got to make sure that it is moderated, but at the same time realize that this is always going to happen. There's always going to be these idiots that occur, and while it sucks, as long as you do it right and you're not doing it too much, you don't moderate the chat too much, because let's keep in mind, they did do sub mode for the GDQ, and that was a big contention. I don't want to go into it, but I will bring it up because it was something.
It makes sense for them, where they're like,
it does, but you got to keep in mind that a lot of people
they're sponsored, making money for charity, and shit happens. You have people like who see that just as an opportunity to trigger nerds and shit.
Right.
And it's you don't want those people.
Right. And realistically, it's a $5. Basically, if you want to shitpost in the GDQ chat, you have to pay them $5, and then you'll get banned anyway. So like they can make money off of you getting banned in their chat. Like,
but
that's fucking golden for them. That shit's awesome. Like, I think that's hilarious. Like,
but do you ever think NASA's ever going to go to that point where they're going to do sub only?
I don't think I think like GDQs will kind of maintain a monopoly with that many viewers. I don't think we'll ever get to a point where we'll have that many. At least I kind of hope it doesn't get that big. I like it being cozy. I'm a socially awkward nerd.
I would like to think that with the efforts that we're going to be making in terms of like really moderating our chat and really putting more effort into cultivating an event and with an atmosphere that has that sense of urgency and has that sense of like camaraderie, that it's not just going to be endless like an endless war against shit posters and Twitch chat and whatever Chan board is bothering to watch. I think it'll instead be a smaller event always in terms of GDQ and maybe ESA unless something really terrible happens to one of those two events. But I think our growth is there clearly. It might take us a while, and we're reassessing sort of, you know, where is NASA going to be 5 years from now? You know, what does that realistically look like? But in the short term, you know, I think some of the stuff that we're gonna change, having learned from this year, will really have an impact on this whole excessiveness of the shit posting that I think we experienced this year.
And I just want to say, like, as someone who shit posts, and I'm a huge memer, and I'm sure you all love memes. You all like good jokes. We can all have a good laugh, giggle, a chuckle. You know, the tea posing was fun. Happy Pride Month was fun for maybe 5 minutes.
It got old.
Yeah. A lot of the memes that happen were funny at first, and just like all memes, they die really fucking quick. For me personally, I enjoyed the shit posting that did occur within context that it was reasonable and funny. But even for me, as someone who does love shit posting, there's a point where it's like, okay, this is a bit much. Even during some of my runs when I had chat, chat actually wasn't bad for some of my runs. Even during, well, I didn't see Mad World. You guys had control of Mad World, the TV, so I didn't see that. But
it wasn't that bad. There's just like the worst would be like a few people being like, "That's going in my cringe compilation shit."
I fucking hate that shit so much.
Mainly for the like announcers, where they're like they just didn't like that it wasn't the in-game announcers, which I get.
Well,
it probably would have been a better like experience for the viewers if it just used in-game announcers and muted everything else, but it was more fun for us to do what we did.
No, most of the time the chat was pretty, like, they were civil.
It never got like worrisomely bad, but it's like it's just enough that we're like, for the future we need to kind of think about it.
Yeah, I mean there should be now. Like, if anything, have at least one moderator at all times, if you can, if possible. And even if you need to swap that person out, because I saw Mash on the account trying to moderate as best he could. I saw other people, whether it's staff or somebody, trying to moderate as best as they could, and they did a good job. There were shitheads in chat that did get either banned or timed out, and rightfully so. You know, there was the couple idiots that were trying to post, you know, racial fucking comments, and thankfully they were dealt with, if slow, but dealt with.
Yeah, like, that's one of the things which is like instant permaban. You don't even get a timeout. It's like just doing race.
Yeah, because there's no joking. For the context with TOS that just changed this year with Twitch, they do not joke. Like, the joking is over. They're super serious. So, as lenient as you can be in chat, like, you can be an idiot or a complete moron, but you can't push it too far. You push it too far, and if you ask, why did I get banned? Why did I get time out? It was a joke. You can't take a joke. You're not funny. It's
ironic,
like, okay,
racism is still racism.
It's still racism, or what Lurk said, take it elsewhere, buddy. Twitch chat is not your forum, your anonymous shitposting forum. You could go take it somewhere else. If you want to say something funny, go for it. If you want to say something rude, you could say something rude, but keep in mind that in the context of what you're saying, you probably shouldn't say that. Like, we're not trying to be sunshine and rainbows. Like, hey, we want people to come to the event. At the same time, a lot of us have thick skins. We've been on Twitch. We stream on Twitch, and we've seen some fucked up comments. But at the same time,
I'm probably contributing it to some point, because it's like my Twitter is obviously hot garbage.
Well, there's a separation there, though.
Yeah, like,
there's a separation there, because everyone knows, that's context. Everyone knows what you're saying it's epic and funny.
It's a character, yeah.
But if a 12-year-old hops onto the chat and says something really edgy, for what reason, it has no context to the run, it's like, where's the joke, bud? You're just regurgitating, and that's the thing about memes that suck. They're just regurgitation of a joke, because people aren't funny. They can't be clever. So, but that's Twitch chat in a nutshell, unfortunately. But yeah, that's my piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna eventually elaborate on what being a dumbass means. I think just to really spell that out for some folks, as far as at least as far as Twitch chat is concerned. I think our in-person attendance rules, I don't think were broken or necessarily needed too much changing per se.
Like just like the main thing of like for on stream of like don't break Twitch's rules. That covers a lot because Twitch's rules for the most part make sense.
Mhm.
It's like
Personally, there was only one person that I had to give a timeout from the stream room itself because the shit posting in real life was just going too far. And after they had a break, they went back into the room and everything was all fine. Like, some people just don't understand when maybe they're taking things a bit too far. It's easier to kind of go up to them in person, tap them on the back, go, hey, maybe not continue doing that. With online, it's just, that doesn't work. So just timeout, bans. Because it's very different when you're behind a screen and the only thing you have is words. There's no face, there's no anything. And you can just create another account and continue doing things. So
I think essentially we could have like a list of rules for both like the chat and mods of how to be enforced, of like stuff that will get you like instant permaban of like race, like just racist shit, sexist shit, any like just hate speech, and then like stuff that will get like timeouts for like shit posting excessively. It's not like too complicated, but it's like you might as well have it written down.
The thing that sticks out to me, if we're going to talk about the in-person stuff, because I asked about that when I sat back down.
I think you can talk about that now.
Yeah, like, there was definitely stuff like Mash, for example, who is definitely a mod in the chat. He runs one of our marathons that we host on the channel. People kept banning him, and the only person that can ban him is someone logged in as NASA Marathon. So that as an on-site thing means that someone was going behind the desk and banning MASH. Right? Like, that's so fucking juvenile. Like,
I guess
that's just aggravating. Because then I have to go through the process of fucking remodding him and unbanning him and all this shit. Like, it's stupid as fuck. Right? Like, adding Franker Face Z emotes off of the computer in the practice room that are very much not actually appropriate. That's not acceptable. Like, that's just so not cool. Like, with the amount of effort that we put into this event, that's just disrespectful. Like, outright. That's what that is. It's disrespectful. Okay? So, like, that's the kind of stuff on site that absolutely has to not occur. There was something else that happened where chat prompted a certain someone during an intermission to do something that was very offensive. And they just did it. Because whatever, let's just go with the moment, right? That is like, you just need to stop doing shit like that. Like, it's not okay. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's sad, to be completely honest. It's kind of sad. Like, that's what you want to do on your vacation? Really? That your whole life is fucking V threads? That's it. That's my opinion, because I'm a little bit annoyed about that kind of stuff as someone who works so hard on the event. I'm personally annoyed, and I heard multiple in-person feedbacks given to me right before I was talking to Laz about his feedback for the event on site by people, who I really respect, within the community, saying basically the exact same thing. That they thought that it was just not cool, and it was completely unnecessary and juvenile to some extent. And it made them kind of not want to be around the environment to some extent. That's not the point. Everyone should want to be at NASA. It's fun. That's what it's about.
Yeah, the only complaints I've heard about behavior specifically is mainly outside of event spaces. There's just like some people who are just like either ironically or unironically just being like huge shitters of hate, like just hate speech shit, and it's like I mean, if they're not breaking NASA rules on like in on site, it's like kind of not much we could do other than like keeping an eye on them when they are in stream or some shit like that. But that's like, talk to them yourself, and hopefully they're not like actually genuine pieces of shit. I don't know.
Yeah, some of these people you have to realize are they don't have any social cues. They don't understand what's acceptable and what's not. If people are pushing an agenda, obviously don't let them share their agenda live on stream. It doesn't represent what the marathon's about. Like, if it's fine to have an opinion on something, sure, you can say whatever you want, but realize you can't say it or be a representation of what this marathon is, because it's not.
I can understand that, like, at a video game convention, there's gonna be people who it's like are like socially awkward, don't get that shit, but you just like tell them to chill out, and hopefully they're fine. Like all the ones I've like on stream, if you tell them to like just like don't do that shit, then they won't. Like no, I've yet to have anyone who's been like just that obnoxious, which is good so far, I guess.
And I think that's kind of the point here is like, this is that moment of us just being like, look, guys,
we need to
chill. Like,
look forward,
yeah, take a step back.
Don't be so savage. Let's, it's fine. It's fine to be a little epic, but pull it back.
Right.
If you have an opinion on something, keep it to your damn self. Or if you got friends who share it, that's fine.
I'm wearing a fucking WQ Alpha Gamer shirt, man. There's things where it's like, dude, you need to chill out.
Yeah. Just don't.
Should I go get my make speedrunning great again hat that I got from Brobuzz?
But that's one of those things where it's like at certain points.
Hell yeah.
There you go. It's one of those things where it's like it's not like we're becoming everything's censored. You can't even swear at our event. Everything's awful. It's more like you got to just use reasonable judgment.
Yeah, pretty much anything you would do in your own stream, you can do, unless your stream is about like.
let's.
Hey.
Unless your stream is literally like a porn stream or like just a stream to gather fucking racists, it's like you could do pretty much whatever you want.
Well, it's not the latter, I promise you. It's the former on that one.
God damn it.
This isn't Chatterbait.
So, unless anyone has any other comments, I think we should maybe move on to the speedrunning thread, the feedback thread.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be actually good.
Doesn't sound like anyone has any other topics here, so I linked it in chat for everyone who wanted to look.
I had my topic that's not actually technically speedrunning related, but is sort of speedrunning adjacent.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll probably want to hold on that because I think we're already going at 3 hours, so I don't think we want to go into a full new topic. We can probably just finish up the NASA stuff in Q&A.
The site is under a lot of pressure right now. Please check back later.
The speedrun one?
Yeah, that's what it says.
I opened it just fine.
I have it open, yeah.
Because we're looking at it.
Yep.
Yeah, sending our tens of
this
people.
Is really messed up. Like, seriously, this is genuinely, like, the whole page is fucked up.
Alright, so how do we want to go about the feedback? Do we want to go based on each post?
Nope.
Or do we want to just skim through and take what...
I'll skim through right now. Zaspat, basically how the schedule and how, like, Wonderland and a lot of shit was mixed up, and we already I think you already talked about it. It's like we're going to pre-plan any big trips like that.
Yeah, so basically, point by point, scheduled, felt like it was never accurate. We discussed chat mods mixed on what shouldn't go. We discussed location. We discussed ending the marathon on Sunday. We discussed. So we were aware of all these things.
Anything that wasn't mentioned that's in here, I'm going to try and skim through really quick.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Oh yeah, one thing that wasn't mentioned, food options. Having a grocery store right near the hotel is pretty sweet.
Yeah, but it's really expensive. I don't understand why food in Canada is so expensive.
Yeah, it's almost like things can get pricey here.
So here's a piece of feedback that we didn't address previously from Dawn of Solace. One of the cons, the ending of the marathon was a little anticlimactic. The last run was fine, but I was hoping to see a better send-off like Contradictions Spot the Liar run last year. wasn't particularly fond of the panels. I got bored and tuned out, but maybe that's just him. As far as scheduling goes, I mean, Two Worlds didn't get to do Drive by the Ghoulies for pre-NASA, so we kind of threw it to him for this NASA. I'm interested in what folks would have thought, like, out of what was on the schedule, what would have been a better closer. I would be interested to hear that.
Yeah, like I know some people might think of, like, you know, some games are just, we need this as a opener or closer, but it's like, like, as long as it's fun. We had fucking Beethoven. That was a good closer. I think that's the thing. It was too good.
Yeah, is
One
that when
thing,
people say Contradiction was the closer? Technically, Contradiction wasn't the closer.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the actual closer of last NASA was Trespasser. Or
It was
yeah,
the race,
Jurassic
yeah.
Park. Yeah, the Jurassic Park race. That was technically the closer. And then we had the bonus stream where the end of the stream was Contradiction. But one other thing that I kind of wanted to bring up about the closing run is it may not have been the run itself. A lot of things kind of hurt against the final thing. So E3 had just started. A bunch of people were off watching E3.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people already leaving the hotel because of the pre-discussed
Right.
ending on Sunday. Just a lot of things worked against us. So in the stream room at the end, there were only a few people. It wasn't as like hyped up due to, I think, a lot of these reasons combined. So I think it's one of those things that we do need to take into account, but I don't think it was necessarily the run itself that hurt it as a closer.
Another thing is that we didn't really let things linger at all. We pretty much just let it finish, and then we were done because we immediately started teardown, as I had to go to work and also bring all the borrowed equipment back with me to work.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't really a chance for anything bonus related because it just had to go straight back. So it's I'll take a little bit of blame on that. Without delays, we were supposed to end at around 2 p.m. Eastern, which would have been before E3 and would have maybe allowed for 1 or 2 bonus runs, maybe 3, a lot depending on length, obviously, because I think we ended at around close to 5 p.m. Eastern. So that would have been 3 hours of, you know, just doing some fun things here and there. So.
And another piece of feedback I'm seeing, and we've somewhat touched on this, but from both Author Blues and from Steve the Wizard, just sort of from a viewer perspective, talking about the unprofessionality of the event and the constant references to GDQ. I think there's some truth to both of those things. I mean, we've already kind of talked about riding a line between like being a really comfy environment and we're not professionals, you know. So we're not expected to put up this super professional stream, even though that's our goal. So I think again it goes back to sort of our moderation and our sense of urgency with the runs and really taking the time to want to do it. That sort of stuff I think will help clear out some of this, like focusing on how not GDQ NASA is. Like, we don't give a fuck. We get it. We're not GDQ. So let's move on. You know, I think we're moving past it. It's like growing pains. You know, it's like, you know, starting off as like this like weird punk rock concert that's like anti-culture something or something, and then it turns into like something that isn't that. You know, it's like a real concert, and you know, it's like you start from one place and then it grows as you learn. I think we're learning how not GDQ we are doesn't have to define us. You know, we're ESA isn't defined by how not GDQ they are either, and they do just fine. You know.
Yeah, so looking through the comments, one thing that people like that it seems like it's a mix of things is some people really liked the off stuff we did, like for example the panels and the dragster tournament and things that aren't typical speedruns, and then some other people said they were not as much of a fan, and I think that's one of those things that at least generally I feel like I've seen a more positive reception to most of it. I know the biggest comment with the dragster thing is it would have been nice to have like a dedicated commentary kind of mixing in jokes and commentary throughout the race is the one commentary I saw on it.
Yeah,
But
we
other
took
than
like surprisingly seriously as the
yeah, I was gonna say, if compared to what a lot of people thought, I'm sure they thought it was gonna be a lot more of a joke thing, where it seemed like a lot of people were really seriously taking
like
it on.
speedrunners, they can't, like, when they're speedrunning, it's like they're fucking running, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, there were so many opportunities to shit on Todd Rogers. I mean, come on. Like I was expecting that to be basically an hour and a half of nonstop shitting on Todd Rogers.
Yeah,
Like
we cared about the tournament, I guess.
If we knew that it was going to be a lot more serious, it probably would have been handled a little bit better too. We maybe would have gotten like a little commentary section going on and things like that. But I mean, it was a first thing tryout. It's, reception's mixed. It means that it's not the worst idea if people really liked it and people didn't like it. Same thing with the panels, really. A lot of people liked the things like speed lore and the tech panel. The macro natural gameplay was maybe a little bit
Amazing. That's
amazing.
the word you were looking for.
That's the word I'm looking for. Is amazing.
And how to make a marathon and stuff like that. But it's like it seemed like there was a general positive reception to these things we tried. It's not like our plan is to make it so that every bit of the event is all of the just panels and just that. But it's one of those things that having maybe a little bit of variety can make it more interesting for people. And so adding in that, it's out of a 5-6 day event, having 2 to 3 hours of panels isn't like the end of the world. So it's one of those things that we wanted to try it out. It seems like it was received generally positively. Whether or not we continue doing these going forward, or we decide to maybe put them as a side thing, will be determined. But at least I'd call it a somewhat success, in my opinion.
Another thing as well is the Simpsons hit and run. That was apparently supposed to be like, I don't want to talk at all. I'm just going to do the run. I'm not feeling all that great.
Yeah,
and then we set up a whole mafia thing in the room, which I was really proud of. You could hear the whole circle going on and everything. And then it turns out that he was taking the commentary seriously, and it wasn't really balanced for that at all. And it's like,
nope. Because I literally did that whole setup and then balanced the audio. And when I balanced the audio, Duke was like, I'm not going to talk at all. And I was like, okay, cool. And I just fucking made Duke like a little quieter than the Mafia game. Because I figured the idea was the Mafia game was the actual audio, right?
Well, Duke used to do the run, but he learned the new strats since
it's the old boy speedrunning kicking in. When you're a speedrunner, any speedrunner who likes their game or reminisces about the strats they use, they always want to talk about it. Like even during my Mad World run, my headset, I had no headset. I told them specifically,
you're talking to the couch and shit.
Yeah, don't give me a mic, please. I don't want to talk. Because I had the commentary talking. So I was talking to Couch. I'm like, so guys, here you go. Like every speedrunner does that. Because innately, speedrunners, unless they're super focused, they like talking about their game. Because they love the game. Ironically enough, they fucking hate it. They like it. And in Duke's case, I mean, that's just, he likes it. He really, it's the same thing he did with Psychonauts. If you remember SGDQ 2014, that was a shit show. You want to talk about a run?
Psychonauts was garbage.
That was he invited that. Now, he invited that. Keep in mind, he invited that, and he invited the Mafia. Now, to be fair, the Mafia during this, and I don't want to get off track. I just want to say the Mafia during that was fun. It was a blast. So
yeah, oh yeah, having Bill on the handheld while everyone else was able to be heard, that was pretty cool.
Really good.
So I thought that was actually cool. And I also thought that like having you guys do the commentary instead of the commentary that's built into Mad World was really cool, right? And I think that we managed to kind of almost make it sound correct, like with the mix. Like, so it really kind of was cool. Like I when I went upstairs and showed it to the guys upstairs, like in my room, they were like, "Oh, that's really neat." And like a bunch of people in chat, I don't know if they were memeing or not, but I saw people in chat literally being like, "Wait a second, is that the in-game commentary?"
They couldn't tell.
Right, like some people actually.
I guess if they've never heard it before.
Yeah, I went back and watched the VOD. I was smiling watching the VOD because when I heard Naegleria and Squawky saying the lines, I've heard the lines in the game so many times now. And when they said it, I was like, wow, they did pretty good. Holy shit! Like if you've never played this game, you could actually believe those are the in-game commentators. But of course, people in chat knew. But
And so
that's the
yeah,
thing.
Squawky, it's like he only like read like 2 paragraphs ish for practice. Like he was
Yeah.
mostly just free balling it.
It was really, really fun.
Yeah, it was cool.
So I'll talk about all my things. I'll add because as someone who went to the event for the first time, but we'll go through the feedback thread still. So
Is there anything more in the feedback thread we want to address specifically?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on Lurk mostly. It seemed like he was reading it through, but I don't know if any of you else read through it.
Gander mentioned how marketing for the event sucks, which is kind of true. We only market basically strictly to speedrunners, so like the Twitch general audience has no fucking clue.
Here's another thing with marketing. You can only market to as wide of an audience as you reach. So if we put a thing on our speedrun and the people interested in NASA are not upvoting it, it's not going to reach the top. It's the same with the tweets. It's the same with the YouTube videos. It's the same with everything. Like, for example, statistically speaking, I'm going to go into the stats a lot harder at some point, maybe in a future NMO episode, of how, like, different speedrunning events kind of compare to each other. But one of the things that I did notice was that, for example, the YouTube following is really small. It's not even 6% of people who follow us on Twitch subscribe to the YouTube, and that's where all the VODs are for every single event and the player that everybody prefers. But only 6% of people actually subscribe to it. Only a portion of our Twitch, I forget the percentage, I'm not going to pull up the spreadsheet, but in comparison to other events, their YouTube, percentage of Twitch followers who also subscribe to the YouTube sits at around 20% for most other events. So it's like, we can only market as much as people want to do it. Unfortunately, a lot of it is really down to word of mouth at this point, because there's only so many people that our social media outlets can reach. Right. Twitch, we had a whole event thing in the calendar that Twitch allowed. We do tweet out when the event is happening, when registration's happening.
Even if it's scattered.
Like, we did everything possible on our end. There was obviously growth, but it doesn't help when, for example, when you tweet something out and it doesn't really get any retweets or likes or comments, but everybody knows about it from the event. But they don't think, hey, wait, maybe I should share this so other people might also know as well. Because it's not a natural thing. You got the message and you're good. But if you want the event to also grow, you need to help it out as well. One of the things that I notice all the time looking at the Twitter feed is that there's a couple select people, and they will always retweet when a VOD gets tweeted out. And that kind of shares it, at least with their following. Their following might be not as large as the NASA account itself, but it's probably different people who follow it, and maybe something will be interesting to them, and we'll get an extra follower or two out of it. So I think with marketing, really it's just more people who like the event have to let more people know about the event, because we've reached everybody at the start. We have an initial thing. There's only so much more. Like, unless somebody wants to drop, like, however much money it costs for Twitter to sponsor a tweet about the event, it's just not happening.
Yeah, if you want to drop some money on our tweet promotion, hit us up.
Would it be a bad idea to try to get high caliber speedrunners to promote the marathon?
It would be pretty legit if
that would help.
We had them first off as well.
Yeah, I mean, just having, like, you don't have to pay for the room or accommodation, but just
just to reach out to runners to say, like, hey, you interested in coming to this event, or at least giving us a retweet because you got 10,000 followers or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, do you like speedrunning? Want to help out?
Funny things is that when we did the We Want Jet Set Radio Future marathon, I forget which one it is because there's been so many, But Trihex noticed it and then retweeted. So for the next couple of months, it would just constantly keep reappearing in the feed that somebody liked his retweet of that. And it's the event happened. It was like a month or two past it, but people like still lingered and kind of liked it because there's just so many people on his followers list, and he retweeted that. I mean, that has to happen more often, if for a marketing perspective, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, because Twitch is interested in supporting certain communities, maybe more so than others, because they see either like a financial gain in doing so. Like supporting games done quick, no brainer, obviously. Supporting JRTA, like that's an up and coming Japanese community, no brainer. Stuff like us, I mean, we're a harder sell. We're not doing the charity thing. That's certainly a larger discussion. Are you stuck? Hold on. There. Okay, I helped my cat get unstuck from my t-shirt. But yeah, we're a harder sell from that viewpoint, because what are we offering besides the speedruns? Well, the in-person event experience, but then for the other hundreds of folks who are viewing it on Twitch, that's not, they're not interested. It's not the right time. It's not what they're looking for. So what else about the stream is, what separates us from ESA or GDQ or some other folks, that you'd want to have that kind of, that initial support, behind it in a similar way. Like we really depend on that word of mouth. It really is what drives the event. I mean, we're all grassroots organized already, so this is really the way for growth. If you tell two people like that would actually be, that's huge.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Grassroots is a good way to put it, which is just that if we don't have, at this point, due to the kind of nature of the event we are and the size we are right now, the only way we really get bigger is word of mouth, whether that's to really any size person you want. If you happen to know some large speedrunner who wants to give us a retweet, feel free to reach out to him and hit him up. But in terms of getting bigger, the only things we need to do is just have more people there, or we need to get some big players that we help promote it that way too.
If big players becomes an issue, then just try to get high quality speedruns. Take any run. I mean, not any run, but you would take something that's popular, something that's fresh, flavor, people want it. Like having Super Mario Odyssey would have been nice. I don't know anything about the speedrun, but people love it. It's a Nintendo game. It's hot. That would have been awesome to have at NASA. Of course, no one submitted it. But if you can reach out and say, hey, we're looking for X game, like we'll still take in other games, but if you're a runner of this game and you want to represent your community, come on in, please. If you want to give it a shot, come to NASA. You'll get a run. That's what I would do, at least. I would try to go for games that are, flavor of the months. Because then, if you can attract the popular games, you don't even necessarily need a popular speedrunner. It helps, certainly. Like having Caleb or Trihex or any of these people would be amazing. But you also got to think they're also going to other events as well, and for them to dedicate time to NASA might conflict with those events they already have pre-set up. So, what's the best alternative? You could get someone else that might run the game. They might not be as popular or, as influential, but if their game is if the game they're doing is popular, or if it's really entertaining to watch, then that's the next best thing you could do.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting at is something that we've already somewhat touched on, is just people who want to do their runs and perform well and be theatrical in some way or entertaining in some fashion, and want to run this particular game, popular or not. That's what people will pick up on that energy. Again, it can't just be ironic speedrun after ironic speedrun, because that's just the atmosphere is just gonna be too ironic, and you're gonna go in a cringe
there's
compilation.
no sincerity.
You know?
Yeah, there's no sincerity to it. It becomes a little too fake. There's no actual. There's no heart of speedrunning. As corny as it sounds, there's no heart to it. It's just a bunch of guys having a good time, albeit with the game being done within a short time span.
I just want to point out that Dale fucked us because apparently he has Speedrun Odyssey and didn't submit it. You ruined the marathon, Dale.
Seriously, Dale, you gotta get that.
What a missed opportunity. Reminder, if there's anyone in chat that runs really popular and technical speed games, don't be afraid to submit. As long as your time's decent in the community that you also represent doesn't flame your ass, do it.
And even then, it doesn't need to be decent. It just needs to be, let's be honest, good enough.
Good enough for your PB.
Submit the proper estimate to submit the proper estimate to match that, and we don't care. That's what really matters.
It is.
Yeah, my point is, I just say if you can't get quality speedrunners, take what you can. But obviously, the more quality the speedrun is, the more likelihood you're going to attract people that want to see it. You know, if I submit some random obscure game that no one's heard of, as much as I'll have fun doing it, I'm sure people that are associated with me know. Chat's gonna be like, "What the hell's this?" Okay, well, I'm gonna wait until the good run, the popular run comes up, then I'll watch.
Yeah. So what you're saying is we need a couple dedicated speedrunners at our event who only learn the hot new game.
Yeah, I'll personally learn
them.
Yeah, I'll learn Odyssey. I got a Switch. I'll do it. I'll learn it. If Dale doesn't show up, I'll learn the next. I'll pick it up. Don't worry, I got you. I already got my games.
I'll auto accept for you right now, dude.
I got LA Noir ready to go. Don't worry. I'm gonna bring in all the big people. Don't worry. But yeah, that's all I want to say. You could
probably run Odyssey during LA Noir as well.
Yeah, well, case is 10 hours. Let's go. Yet again, we can do I can do Dead Rising and LA Noire at the same time. We'll do something unique. 3 speedruns at the same time. Yeah.
Well, we did a couple of those. We had 2 of them at the same time during the bonus stream. Last year, I know we had some like Hotline Miami mixed with, I think Quo was doing like a slime, the Slime Hunter like Fire Emblem runs. So we literally had like 2 or 3 runs going on at the same time. But for example, like I'll run Sunset Overdrive again next year, and during all the like 2 hours worth of cutscenes, somebody else can just play their game in that meantime.
Yeah, the second stream is actually just a split stream of the first stream, and they're just going, both at once. And we'll split the audio, so the stream 1's in your left ear, and stream 2 is in your right ear. So
people did really love that when we did that this year.
Yeah, I forgot to kind of mention that, but that's not happening again. That was due to a hardware limitation. It worked really well during Dark Souls, which is why I kept at it. But Sonic showed me that that's not good. And
MP3.
The VOD will be fixed. It will just be one game audio, because that's the nice part about doing the things that we did, is that I can fix these things in post. But now that I know how to properly get separated headset audio to each headset, then that won't be a problem anymore. So, and it wasn't a problem for the later half of NASA once I kind of managed to figure out a solution. So, yeah, sorry for the double Sonic ear rape, guys.
The last piece of feedback that I see that I want to make sure we touch on is from now it's scrolled. Hold on. From Gander. He mentions from an on-site perspective, there not being any sort of like program or like whiteboard with all of the like stuff goings on at the event. Not that there was like a ton going on at all times, but I think we did float the idea of having like, little programs that we could give out to everyone to say like, I could have the schedule and here's links to stuff and here's all this information. So I think it's something that we'll look into for next year, maybe a little more heavily, put more prep time into. I don't know if it'll be like a program that we give out, but some sort of like board or some list of for at the venue events schedule.
Yeah, I would do what I'd take a cue from IGDQ and just do a whiteboard. Do a whiteboard, just have it out. A nice little thing is because you don't have to pull it up on your phone. because actually, one quick thing: a lot of Americans didn't have international. So
I don't
advice,
get that.
if you don't have international next year, make sure to get it before you go to the event.
So
So
I don't understand how that really works because I know that Verizon includes Canada and so does T-Mobile. And I mean, it would shock me if AT&T didn't as well because everyone is the same in that kind of market, right? I work for Verizon. So like
not everyone
realistically,
has.
it's surprising because Canada isn't really international. Like I mean, technically it is, but like most cell providers, like if unless you have like a prepaid phone or something like that, right, you're gonna be okay, relatively speaking. So, you know, I think basically, um, that's just like kind of the nature of the beast when you travel. You know, you've got to be prepared to be without full service on your phone if you don't have like an expensive phone plan, knowing that you're fine. You know.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I was just gonna finish it up. Like yet again, even that wasn't so much an issue. Of course, there's the hotel's Wi-Fi, so there's that to work with. I was just mainly saying, have a board out in front of the stream room, or have some piece of information, just like what Lurk was talking about with the programs, so people have it readily available instead of having to put the effort in to look it up. Because some people don't like to do that. I mean, some people can, or some people are like me, and I can't be fucked. So I just walk into the stream room and say, "What's going on?" If you have a board out, or go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, it was just gonna say that when you were talking about like you don't know what's going on, like when I was thinking of what was going on this year, like the Wonderland trip is of course the biggest thing. Where instead of maybe just having a small paper and walking around and checking what's going on, having a board where it's like talk to staff or Naegleria to sign up. This is the day it's going on. The other thing was, for example, the Risk Legacy tournament, which at the registration table we had just a small piece of paper, but it could have been another bigger thing. Other than that, maybe it's like we could have a little space in that board for like Mafia currently taking place in blank. Maybe there's a game happening outside. Maybe there's nothing going on right now. But it's one of those things where it's like if you want to participate and it's happening out there, you can quickly go find them. But I agree, little things like that. There weren't too many events that happened that really needed that planning. But I'm sure it's like even if people are like, we're planning on going to Niagara Falls on Thursday night, who wants to come along? Just let us like find any of these people if you want to ride.
Just like get a marker and be like, hey, so and so, or write Niagara Falls trip by this. Find me here, room blah blah blah, or a number, and you can write that. It doesn't have to be big. It could just be like a medium size where you can
like a wanted board.
Big
yeah,
bulletin
exactly.
board, yeah.
Or like a bounty board.
Yeah, like that. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Exactly.
So one of these bounty boards where it's just saying like if anyone has anything that they're planning or want to do, put it up there, and next thing you know, you can be planning more impromptu events.
Exactly, and it'd be more organic because then people can be like, oh, so Mafia's going on right now, or Chess 3's going on right now, or Risk Legacy's going on. Who do I talk to do this? Oh, Naegleria for Mafia and for Chess 3 at the same time, or I go talk to Mash to go play Risk Legacy because there's a lot of people who wanted to do Risk Legacy, and they're like, who do I talk to? Like, who what are we doing? Yeah, that would help just to know who's doing what. But at the same time, by the way, like one thing that's really nice about NASA is that people, as far as behavior goes, like outside of the actual stream room, people came in and just played. Like in Mafia, we played so much Mafia, and I saw like people just sat down. Like Gandir, for example, was watching our Mafia game. He got so enthralled with it that he hopped in and he had a good time with it. If you can, and I'd say this for anyone who wants to attend NASA, if you can play Mafia, and it's not an intimidating game, I promise you. If you can play Mafia, you will have a perfect time at NASA. I promise.
I spend more time playing Mafia than video games.
Yeah. I think Mafia is just a blast, but it's just a good example of if you feel like you would feel socially awkward. Playing one game of Mafia will integrate you so well into NASA that there's no awkwardness. Everyone will have a good time, and you'll be like, okay, wow, that was a really pleasant experience, and then you realize, oh, this is the entire marathon. It's Mafia. But
yeah. But that's one of those things I agree where it's like some people even say for last year's, I didn't see any comments about it this year, but last year it was a big thing where it's like some people said the Wonderland trip, for example, was something that it's like you show up, you maybe get in a group with a bunch of people and go on rides and do all that, and you feel integrated because now you at least have one or maybe up to 5, 10, 20 people who you now have had some sort of shared experience with. So you feel more comfortable approaching them because it's not just some random person that you're approaching in a casual room while they're practicing. It's you've actually done something with them, and it makes them a lot more easier to approach. Mafia would be similar.
Yeah, and you can easily become friends. I could become friends with anyone at NASA. Yet again, Quo was a super cool guy. I'd never met him before. Sat to play a couple of games Mafia. I could easily drink a beer with him. Squawky, outside of the Mad World thing, he came in, he played some Mafia. Wasn't the best, I admit. Could work on his Mafia skills, but he came in and it was like, yo, you're cool as heck. Or they flower, or numerous of people that came. Like NASA is unique in the sense that anyone can come and you can have a good time. You can submit a run. The runs will always be different. No run is the same. That's what I love about NASA. And it's the experience that I got. It's the same experience I got at AGDQ 2014. When I went to 14, I loved it. I was like, I want to go to these events every fucking year. This is the experience I get. And NASA 2018 was just like that. And if I could go every year, I will absolutely try my damnedest to go. Unless some other event comes up locally. But most of the time, I'll probably go to NASA. Because it was that fun. I had a blast. And that's not even including Wonderland. It's not including my speedruns. That was just the experience I had with the people I was around. Whether new or old. It was a great time. So.
Mm-hmm. What was I mean, so we're done with the feedback, I guess. So what was everyone's like highlight of the event? I think that's what I wanted to talk about, actually.
There's too many. There's too many highlights. There's too many, dude. It was such a. I was there for so many runs and so many things that happened. I guess the highlight would be feeding Snowfat's cold lasagna. That was.
That was
Reminder.
funny.
That was pretty fun.
That room smelled awful for that run.
God,
by the way.
Yeah, oh God.
I'm
I was
sorry.
so excited to get rid of that after that
I'm
run was
sorry.
over.
Yeah, he wanted it. I had to feed him. So. But yeah, maybe that. Big Law's run of Fable was comfy.
That was Fable's always comfy.
I enjoyed
was
sleeping the last hour of that
Yeah.
run and being woken up because I was missing time.
Yeah, I was like, time.
Actually, one highlight for me, and this is the stream setup and the hotel. It worked so well because the low light, turning the lights off and making everything really, really dark was absolutely comfortable. In fact, if I could in every one of my runs, I would have loved the room to be dark. Of course.
Well, you could have. You just need to
I could
ask.
have. I forgot to. But it was great because everyone that was in low light was really great, and the lighting was actually really good too. In fact, one of the more thematic runs in the game or in the marathon was Claris's escape from Butcher Bay, which, if you understand the lore behind that universe, it actually made sense because the room was dark, the game would flash, and Riddick can't see because he's blind, but he can see in the dark. So that was pretty unique and funny, and some of the people in chat were like, I see what you're doing. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, but it was comfy, primarily, and I think that was the big highlight for me, besides some of the things we did, so. And of course, Wonderland. Wonderland was great. Guess I should mention, we didn't get the purple Nando gorilla. That's actually a criticism. I don't know why we let Zaspat have Nando, because he didn't come this year. Our mascot, the purple gorilla, if you don't know who that is, it's Nando. It's kind of a shame. We tried to win a giant flamingo, the group I was with. I wasn't with Lurk's group, I was with George's group with Ice, and we were trying to win the giant flamingo to substitute. Of course, none of the groups won. There was like a group found Nando. I think crazy. Was it you guys or was it Lurk?
Yeah, was that the same?
It was us that found. It's the same group. It was me. I was with Aries and Lurk, and
Okay.
and we did find Nando, and really, apparently, you can just give the people $40 and they might give them to you. I think we should have tried bribing them just to give us the gorilla, because in the end, we probably dropped at least between the group of us at least probably $200 on that game.
Yeah, if you guys
attempting
bribed the
to win
carny with $200, you would have absolutely
Holy
gotten them.
shit. They would have been
Yeah.
like, oh, yes. You
Yeah,
got it."
I feel like it would have been easier just to give them $100 and be like, "Can we just have this?" And they would have given it to us. Instead, we tried to win it like a bunch of amateurs. which
You
did not go
literally
well.
fell right into the trap.
I know.
On a side
We
note,
have a new mascot though. We
Uh-oh,
have
who is it?
Bando.
Yes,
Uh-oh.
our mini Nando.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's yellow and he's named Bando because he's yellow like a banana. And he's the new tech director. Everybody, I report to Bando myself. It's great. New emo coming, I hope.
I'm still trying to get in talks with the tiny-headed Animal Kingdom people. A side note, those little bastards were popular. For whatever reason, people love the tiny little head boys. Or the lads, if you know what I'm talking about. They're on screen quite a bit, so...
Oh yeah. They basically lived on the couch. Every time I was on the couch, I just
Yeah,
one of them
people
the whole
snugged
time.
up, they lay
Yeah.
down. So I'm gonna try really hard to contact the guys who make those animals and see what I can do. It'd be nice if I can get a custom order Nando one. We'll see what we can do. I'll talk to him.
All right, let's see. Highlights for events. For me, I'm trying to think of any of the runs that just because right now I had most of the late night runs. I'd probably need to pull up the schedule because I cannot think of anything off the top of my head. Yeah, but definitely the favorite run was comfy. The whole bit of Garfield cart and stuff was very interesting. It made the room smell wonderful. But yeah, overall, just hanging out with people. I'd have to say, if we were talking about my top of the event, was probably Wonderland in general was a good time again. I'm just gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna somebody else go. I'm gonna pull up the schedule because I cannot think of. Oh wait, Lurk's vampire run was pretty sweet. Having a 5-minute conversation convincing him to go back to the game was a fun time.
I have two, for one on-site, one off-site. The on-site being the point blank run that was 25-minute estimate, and it was exactly 25 minutes on the second.
Nice.
That was fun. And then off-site, Laz was there. We're walking back from Burger King to the hotel, and fucking George drives by, and on the radio, he's unironically playing "Man's Not Hot." I don't think he unironically listens to music. I think it's he comes to a point where the only music
He
George
just plays
can listen
it.
to
He
is
just plays it.
fucking shitter music.
God damn it, fucking George.
And he's like, "Yeah, this is my jam. Man's Not Hot."
He's like, yeah. I listened to this. Like, George, do you know what this song is? He's like, yeah. I'm like, God damn it, George. If anyone else has got any more highlights,
Well, I'll get. I finally looked through all the runs because I realized the night runs. It seems like most of the runs that the people talk about happened during the day when I was sleeping. So, but anyway, the TF2 run I'll just put as a shout out was pretty fun to manage and do. That one was pretty enjoyable. Also. The Song of the Mern, which was just kind of a quick thing we put in because we needed filler, where it was a mix of just two people trying to teach me and somebody else how to quickly speedrun the game, similar to the one GDQ Strider thing. Was pretty fun to just kind of learn a quick new 4-minute speed game and completely fail when I needed to run because I couldn't jump over a wall. But overall, it was a pretty fun little thing to learn a new speed game that's 5 minutes long within a 15-minute period. So that was pretty enjoyable as somebody who got to spend a little bit of time learning a new speed game.
My highlights of the event. There's a lot of stuff that was really fun. Obviously, like you said, Laz, there's a million
There's
smaller moments that just stand out really. But the Nier Automata run was, or no, the Nier run, not Nier Automata. That was great.
Nier was pretty good.
Yeah. That was a good time. Even though I only came in like halfway through and came in and out. That was a lot of fun. The sushi place across
Big
the
Tuna?
street. Oh yeah, Big Tuna.
Ooh.
Shout outs to Big Tuna, dude. I went there twice that week.
That was a good,
And,
good restaurant.
It was great. It was great. Basically, it was what, like $27, $28 Canadian, and it was all you could eat. Like,
If you're there
pretty-
during lunch, it was $10 cheaper.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, it was. So I think I know where we're going for food tomorrow. We'll go hit up Big Tuna.
So that place was great.
Meet me in the lobby.
I really enjoyed that a lot. There's definitely a lot of other stuff, but like, obviously some of it is stuff that I don't, really want to talk about publicly to begin with because it's, private interactions between me and people that was just really fun and stuff, So, but in general, I just had a really good time, and that's kind of the point. What about you two?
I can share some highlights. Watching King of Kong with everyone.
Yeah,
In the practice
yeah, that's
room.
That
definitely
was really good.
That was a really good time, especially because it was the first time I had ever seen it. So
same.
it felt like I was watching like The Room, but with like a group of people. And I like when I first saw The Room, I saw it online with like I think just like Yiffer or something. So it was not the experience that it should be. So I feel like I got a proper King of Kong experience.
This
Wow,
is actually the
NASA.
first time I saw The Room ever in its entirety, which we watched during setup day.
During setup day,
Yeah,
yes.
during setup day,
Yeah.
you put it on the projector, and it's actually the first time I'd ever seen the whole movie in its entirety. So
Well,
that was pretty interesting.
Well, initially, because we needed something to test the projector, initially I put up The Shining, and like that's like a legit
Oh, damn.
fucking movie.
Oh, damn.
And
Yeah.
people started getting into it. I'm like, I'm sorry, you can't experience The Shining like this. This is
Right.
not
Yeah,
appropriate. Like,
Kubrick is not like a.
No.
so
Yeah,
then I
oh,
put
no.
up The Room. Just go to complete opposite spectrums, I guess.
Oh yeah, if you'd left The Shining on, I wouldn't have gotten up and stopped paying attention to it until it was over. Like
Right.
that was a good move. Moving to The Room. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that was definitely a highlight. Another good highlight, choking on Dracula's fat throat. I'm sorry, choking on Dracula a whole bunch was annoying. But definitely a highlight and something I will keep in mind every time I come up to Dracula. Yeah, kill streak coming up.
Hey, Billy, we got a. He's on a kill screen.
Yeah,
I'll let you know if he's coming up on the kill screen, Billy.
got a Donkey Kong kill stream coming up, guys. Just wanted to let you know.
Hey, just let
So-
you know, Donkey Kong kill screen.
That was the topic. That was my speedrun adjacent topic, just that I mentioned earlier. Was
Oh,
Billy
kill-
Mitchell. Because I watched the movie again, just as on a quick little tangent. I watched the movie again with my fiance when I got home. Just the other night, I watched it, and she knew nothing about Billy Mitchell or anything, right? So we watched the movie, and she's just like, "That's so fucked up." And then I was like, "Just Google Billy Mitchell." She Googles Billy Mitchell, and the very first result is Billy Mitchell banned from Twin Galaxies and removed from Guinness Records, and she's just like, "Oh my god!" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, like, yeah." So like that was definitely a really fun time. Watching that with everyone, like that, that was definitely one of my biggest highlights too. And god damn it, Billy fucking Mitchell, dude.
Shrimp
Billy
really got
fucking
into
Mitchell.
it. He really
Yeah.
he was laying. He's like, "Fuck you, Billy."
Yeah,
Like,
ESA.
holy hell.
Yeah, ESA. I think Shrimp's part of like the Asylum crew, where they literally watched every Asylum movie, like Sharknado, all those movies. There's a group of
Yeah.
them. They've watched every single one. There's like 180 by now at least, and they always like watch like at least two like really like garbage
Well,
movies.
weren't you?
Like they're still fun.
I'm pretty
watched
sure
it.
you were there for that eel movie at AGDQ 15 that we watched in Adam and Flicky's room. It was the one where the eels were coming through the pipes and like killing people.
I only remember watching Dark Place a lot.
Yeah, we did watch that a lot. But I think that just now that we're done with the little side tangent, I think that that's actually something that I genuinely want to schedule. Like, I want to actually have like movie time.
times.
Yeah, like movie times and like plan what movies we're gonna watch ahead of time. Like
Boss
King of
Baby.
Kong was fantastic. I would have loved to watch something like The Shining, or something like really good, as well
I
as a
guess-
bunch of silly stuff.
You mean like
Or,
Boss
like,
Baby?
you know,
Like
Yeah.
Boss Baby.
like Boss Baby.
Yeah, Two Worlds is always gonna have the Boss Baby.
I'm never gonna watch that movie. I'm sorry.
It's
They
not
were
even
so
that-
excited last year to go
like, it's
see it
not
at the end of NASA.
bad, it's not good. It's just like
I'm sure it's atrociously bad.
oh yeah, Jai Motion, Sons of Kong. Oh, that was a good run. The NFL Street. That was a good one.
I think I'm the only one who hasn't said a highlight at this point, so I mean, as somebody who pretty much lived in the stream room, I think my highlight is just when I got to do the tech panel, and there was people genuinely interested in it and what was going on with the event. I know it's kind of weird, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, that people were like, oh, wait, this is kind of interesting. I want to continue listening to this. Because, I mean, there's I don't know. When it comes to doing anything like a concert or a TV show or anything like that, people generally don't realize what generally goes on the back end of things. They just kind of take it for granted. It's like, oh, well, everything's up on the screen, so it must be good. And to see people actually interested in what goes on kind of behind the scenes, especially since they were like actually asking questions and understanding things and everything like that, I found it just really awesome, especially since later it turned out when I think it was the ESA Discord, when somebody asked about something and I responded with just get a DVD recorder, and then Volgen popped out of nowhere saying if I got anything from watching the tech panel, it was DVD recorders are the thing of the future. I was like, holy crap, somebody actually did watch this that wasn't just like normie NASA. This is amazing. So yeah, that's my highlight of the event.
I think the tech panel and panels in general are definitely the way to go and are a good idea.
Yeah.
GDQ copied it. We did it first.
Reminder, I got called out by Author Blues for shit posting about GDQ copying us.
But no, it's just generally it's a good idea, and that's good because it just in the highlight for Dark, clearly that means there's interest in it. So that's for sure in the future, we could definitely have more panels. It doesn't have to always just be speed runs,
For sure.
strictly speaking. So.
The highlight of this stream is Lurk's cat, by the way. I would like to say MVP of this stream.
So, do we want to look at some chat questions and
Yeah, let's
start
do some
wrapping
Q&A.
things up? Yeah, I've got a couple from earlier that I grabbed in a notepad, but not many.
I also think some were pulled into the Excel sheet, if you pull that up.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got the first one right here. So this is from C-Strang, and he asks, given how many people come into the stream and automatically ask, what's the cause and how do I donate, is there thought about adding a charity component to the event? I can start off by saying that yes, we have considered adding a charity component to the event, although maybe not necessarily the live event, at least not for next year.
I mean, we could have a thing like if you want to donate to something, you can like here's a link to like Doctors Without Borders. It's like we're not like mentioning like any donations or reading any comments, but it's like it's a good cause.
One of those things we looked into when we're discussing like for the live event, would such a thing be worth it? And we determined that in the scope of kind of what we want our event to be, it's not something that would be worth adding for the extra work it would require for us in the event. So we've definitely even considered it for the live thing, but that's not something that we plan on doing. Does that mean that we're anti-charity and never plan on doing anything charity related? No, it's just that for the live event, we don't take that as one of our priorities for something that we want to focus on and what we consider making our event successful.
Right. Like it's not like we're not like we haven't considered doing charity events, period, right? Like it's just when it comes to actual NASA, that's not really like it's just too much. We're already dealing with, all of the tech and everything else, and it requires too much management, because then you need a host station and you need hosts and you need people to teach the hosts how to talk about the stuff and how to drum up money and I do a lot of work with the Speed Souls charity marathon. If you haven't heard about that, there's another one coming up later this year. We're gonna start talking about that soon. There's gonna be stuff coming out about that. Like last year, we raised $12,000 for Save the Children. But that took a lot of work. That we don't, a lot of moving parts that we don't deal with at all on the live event side, and that's just not really something that we're equipped to deal with or really want to deal with. I don't think. Personally, like for an online event like the Speed Souls charity event, that's much easier to deal with. It's much easier to find the hosts, get them to be there, because you don't just need to get your runners, you need to get enough people to do hosting for a week-long event that are going to actually travel all the way up to Canada or wherever it is.
Yeah, it's a whole nother component. Yeah, it's a whole nother set of staff. It's a whole nother, it's at least a laptop and, coordinating with the charity. I mean, it's definitely not something that we're so adverse to that it could never ever happen in terms of a live event. At least I think I could say that and not have people going like, "What the fuck, Lurk?" But I think it is something that we're gonna look into for online marathons. We might be able to pull something together. Maybe make. Because people have asked if there's like any opportunity for like a second NASA event, and maybe it could be a bigger online charity thing. It's up in the air at this point. So, anything more to add, or should I read the next question? I will read the next question.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you now.
Okay, that's maybe my mouse is acting up. I'm not sure. The one thing that I also just wanted to add was if you're adding a charity component to an event, it is just another stat that you are held accountable to in terms of how quote unquote successful your event was. And I mean, with the event only being in its third year, I don't know if necessarily adding on extra weights like that is a positive, let's say, because if for whatever reason the event did not raise as much money as the previous year, that's kind of something to consider. It's like, where did we go wrong? We didn't raise as much money. And it's just a whole other logistical thing as well to make sure that you're constantly, while you're hitting everything else, you need to also hit that goal of reaching or exceeding your previous year's amount, and a lot more effort. Well, now we have to think more about like how we stagnate the games and donation incentives alongside that to kind of help prop that number up. It's just a whole other logistical thing that I think if we attempted to do it, we just wouldn't do it very well in our current situation.
Yeah, and just to add to that also, because I think something like Games Done Quick is in a unique position when you look at it, and we'll be doing a further NMO episode on sort of speedrunning and charity and their relationship. But them being first, I think, really did have a really big impact on sort of that formula working really well for them. I think if we tried to emulate that in the similar vein that a lot of other marathons do, it's just, it doesn't seem like it's going to pan out well. Like, it just doesn't seem to fit sort of what our bill is necessarily, as sort of something that differentiates us from, say, like Calithon, or like going to like one of those French meetups, the BBSG, or the Benelux, so stuff like that, or just other like typical charity speedrunning events. There's uniqueness in not having that aspect, and less headache, as we've expressed.
Yeah.
So here's our next question. This is from 0x992, and he, I guess it's more of a suggestion. Why not do a rough schedule at first that has runner suggested estimates, but like a month before the event, do a hard schedule based on a required 5 live practice runs that have been done on stream within 2 or 3 month period before the event.
Speedrunners are fucking lazy.
Yeah,
Word.
that's.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, putting together the schedule itself was already more than enough work. First of all, some people just don't stream. B, requiring maybe some people, only do a couple practices or do them off stream, or have a bunch of various stuff. Gathering all that information would be an absolute nightmare. Like, just getting the estimates alone and getting all the runs that we have and putting it into a schedule that fits everyone's availabilities takes a lot of time in itself. And so that's kind of what we do, is that we set up our initial schedule, and that's based on those estimates and stuff. What you really hope for a lot of this stuff is you hope that people are submitting more accurate estimates. And whether or not that's something we've discussed earlier today, is that if you want to just make sure that to tell people, it's like, when you're submitting your estimate, set a estimate that is likely for a marathon run, not just your PB is the estimate. So I think it's if you know that and that's another thing, yeah, average like this begins 3 hours. It's like, if I was doing Sunset over to a 4-hour run, there's no way I'm doing 5 runs of that, the week before the event where we need to recheck estimates. I think, if it's a matter of check somebody's PB, if it was 3 years ago, maybe, they're probably not right at that level. But even that's a lot of work for 100
Or even
runs.
just find them $1 for every minute they're above their estimate.
Yeah, donate
Payable
it to
straight
charity.
to Naegleria's pocket. No, okay, yeah, charity's good too, I guess.
Yeah, you just give it to charity. Every minute they're over, like, all right, that's $1. That's another $1.
That's the charity element of the marathon.
Yeah. That's how we get rid of the overestimate meme.
Yeah.
By charging people money whenever they're over.
$5 a minute. There you go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There you go. We've made it.
All right. Our next question. This is from Leaf26, and he asks, are you guys accepting new volunteers for next year?
Yes.
I think, yeah, that's a solid yes.
It's a solid yes, but not at this time right now, this second.
Yeah, once we actually set shit up for it.
But yeah, so it's definitely something that we're interested in. Just general expansion of staff, I think, just so that, we're not all tied down to certain things is, yeah, definitely something we're interested in.
Yeah. We definitely want more dedicated volunteers. The hardest thing is kind of making sure that there's always people available that isn't just, a few of us for example, the stream space, but even other stuff outside of that. We can always use people who want to help with anything. And realistically, even if you're at the event and you ask, is there anything available to help with, we might be able to find something. But on top of that, I think we're hoping to get better planning for this for next year's event, where it comes down to we have more time planned around making sure people who want to actually volunteer have time to get themselves integrated.
Yeah. And I think it's safe to say, just if you're interested in helping out, just keep an eye out. We're going to actually I think it's safe to say we're going to take, this stuff way earlier. Take on, the volunteering and figuring that stuff out way earlier this time around, so that we have time to do what Joel was just talking about with,
we swear this time.
Yeah, this time we're actually going to, figure it out. So, not right this second, but, not super duper far in the future, we'll start, asking people who's interested and, getting stuff together so we can start planning
and
stuff
you'll definitely
out.
want to join, our Discord, be in there, because that's where a lot of the coordination takes place. Especially, we mentioned, having, a moderation, off-site moderation team, that'll happen in there. Volunteering stuff, that'll, so it's all happening in there, so you'll want to be in there.
The Discord is the place to be.
And you can find the link to that on I think we have it in the description below, but then you can also go to nasamarathon.com and there's a link to the Discord there too.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure nasamarathon.com/Discord links you straight to the Discord.
Aries just linked it, so there you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Perfect. So the next question. This is a good question. For Dan, from Leaf as well. How can I get into AV?
Very good question. There's a couple routes to do it. The thing is, with something like this, depending on where you kind of get situated. You can learn a lot of it on the job, or you can learn it by yourself. You can go to college and go into their broadcasting programs. At least here in Niagara College is known to have a very good broadcasting program. They're pretty much up and on the latest of equipment. They do a lot of practical stuff where you'll go to different... I mean, it could be boring with city hall kind of deals, or maybe just like the local sports team, but you'll set up like a broadcast of it, like recording it and all that stuff. So you'll learn a bit of it from the back end. I know there's other, at least in Ontario, there's like, I think Humber and Sheridan, but as far as I understand it, Niagara is one of the top ones to go to, just because they can have, they have a very good program for it. That's if you want to go to school for it. I mean, I didn't go to school for AV, but I did in high school. I joined the tech crew and I kind of played around with that. There was a broadcasting course that I took that was available for grade 11 and 12. And I just got into it super in that way. And I saw those crazy guys kind of wave. He was part of the tech crew too. We're OG tech crews from high school. So that was pretty fun to do. Because we did things like... I mean, it was a Catholic high school, so a lot of the things is actually setting up a mass. And I know it sounds kind of stupid, like, oh, I'm setting up a mass, I don't care. But the same principles apply. You still have to set up all your microphones. You have to set up the soundboard, potentially set up lighting and all these other things, because you know there's your school could have a choir and you got to mic up the band and all the instruments and stuff like that. Make sure that the audio is going through. Like there's a lot of the principles still applied. One of the lucky things that we also got to do was the high school displays. That's pretty fun to set up, making sure that all the actors and actresses have their wireless microphones. There's obviously lighting and staging and everything that goes alongside that there. So just even if that was really valuable as well, just in the high school. But the only problem is when it comes to doing a speedrun event, a lot of that goes out of the window, at least with the capture aspect, because when you're dealing with a lot of retro consoles that don't follow any video standards whatsoever, you have to start looking outside of your textbooks and all of your other resources and just get into what you've figured out. And a lot of it is figured out, but it's not very well shared. And I'm trying to fix that. I actually have a domain that I bought. There's hosting on it. There's a wiki. I need to start getting pages on it. And I'm hoping that when I start getting templates of pages on there, other people in the community can start sharing what they've figured out as well, that it can be consolidated. We can correct what is not known. So people don't just throw money out there and then realize that that's maybe not what they should have done. Like, the OSSC. I like the OSSC. Mine's sitting dead and literally on my desk. It's sitting dead. It wasn't used for NASA 3. It was used for NASA 2, though. It's really nice. But I bought it knowing what I was going to do with it. A lot of people, they're just like, oh, I want to get a scaler. What's the best one? And somebody goes, OSSC. All right. And you go buy it. And then you realize that your capture card doesn't like it when you're using it with a NES or SNES at all. And you're like, well, crap, I just spent like, I think, what is it, like 100 something, almost close to 200 pounds, I think. Like, I just dropped this amount of money and it doesn't work for me. What am I supposed to do? Oh, you need to get the data path capture card. So then you drop like another 100 or something bucks to get the data path capture card. And then you don't know how to use it all because there's not really much...
down the rabbit hole you go.
Yeah, down the rabbit hole you go. And then in the end, you realize that you didn't even need the OSSC because the data path can take the signal in directly and have it look pretty much just as nice. And you play on your tube TV anyway, so you don't even need the OSSC to play on a flat screen. Because if you did, I mean, that's cool too. That's a valid solution. But if you only play on a tube TV, and then you bought this specifically because somebody told you that it would be good for your HDMI capture, and it turns out it isn't because you have to buy another capture card, well, that's just like a lot of money you could have saved if only you had a better resource. maybe that solution is good for you, but it's honestly that a lot of everything with this hobby or job really is the fact that people throw money at a problem to figure out that it didn't actually fix the problem, but then they never told anybody else that it didn't fix the problem. And that's happened in speedrunning multiple times with the easy caps and the dazzles and everything else that's been going on. And
Works on
people
my
use
machine. It's all good.
Yeah, it worked for me, so clearly it's good. Mine. Oh, by the way, I had to install this, and then I had to do it in this order, and then I had to use these cables specifically. And it's just like, that's not a good way to do anything. So
With EasyCap specifically, the Chinese knockoffs.
yeah, that too, getting the clones and then it not working as well. So hopefully that'll be all consolidated. But if you want to get into AV, just start applying and see what happens. If they don't take you, maybe just start taking some classes or something, or just kind of researching it on your own.
About to say that same stuff where it's like take classes if they offer it around you. If they don't, you can do some of it at home if you're willing to drop a bit of money for, depending on what you want to get into AV for. Like some of it you might be able to do on your local stuff. Another thing, when you were mentioning about setting up plays, maybe there's a local theater and they have some rudimentary tech for their plays that they do. If they don't have an AV guy or do have an AV guy, you might be able to shadow them for local plays that maybe just look for somebody like that. So there's definitely, yeah, depending on what you're looking, yeah, tech. If you're in the high school to university level, look for classes. If you're past that, either you're gonna have to do it at home, look for information online, or find if there are places nearby that will take people with little experience and teach them.
Moving right along. This is from Crazy Charlie H, who asks, is there room in the budget to ship it via courier in one go, or do they still ask questions?
I think that was in reference to shipping. Yeah, shipping all the tech equipment to wherever you're going.
Taking all of Dark Area's equipment and then shipping it to Lurk, presumably, or potentially the hotel.
All the way to Florida.
Basically, the answer is no.
Here's the thing. It's not in the budget, but it's definitely possible.
With a much bigger budget.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, it was this week, Linus Tech Tips had a video where they went to a gaming hotel in China or some Asia. I believe it was China or Taiwan, one or the other. And they mentioned that an Australian esports team prefer to go to that hotel when they have tournaments in the area, because they can just practice in the hotel lobby that has top-of-the-line gaming computers, and they don't have to ship their whole, pretty much, like all their computers and monitors and everything else to wherever they're going, which is super expensive, and then have to ship it back to the gaming house at the end of the day. So, I mean, if an esports team can ship all their equipment, then it's definitely doable, but the budget is probably something crazy, because, I mean, it's heavy. It's large. Can't use your regular postal service. It has to be via courier, and that obviously has costs associated with it as well. You can't really slow ship it. It has to be something that will get there probably within a week or two. But then, if that's the case, like, you got like, who's gonna pick it up there, or where is it gonna be stored?
And then shipping it back. You're talking about waiting 2 weeks after the event ends until you get your computer, your monitors.
Yep.
Like a lot of this stuff that you're sending with you that you want to use the week after, you have to wait a few weeks to a month before you can even use it again.
And the last part is like the value of all the equipment. There's probably going to be duty associated with it. It doesn't matter that, you didn't buy it or anything. You're still shipping it across the country, and customs wants to know what the value of that thing is. And the value of all your equipment isn't cheap. And I don't think you'll get away with checkmarking gift. I don't think that trick works when you're probably shipping a literal container that could be on like an 18-wheeler, so...
Yeah, it definitely doesn't work. And, I mean, the other thing is that realistically speaking, like, shipping equipment's just really not ideal because you take the risk. This is literally why GDQ has 2 sets of equipment. Like, one over there, where they do this event, and then the other one over here, where they do this event. And they put them in storage when they're not using them and shit. And it's because logistically speaking, that's the only effective way to do it for events like that.
If it's cheaper to store something for a year than it is to ship all of it, that just kind of goes to show how expensive it gets.
Right. Exactly.
So then moving on to our final question. This is from Mimic Chess, who has asked, have you considered a GoFundMe, or maybe something similar, to make gathering Dosh easier? Upfront capital costs mainly.
Well, currently, at least in the past few years, that's been pre-NASA.
Pretty much, yeah. Pre-NASA's sort of substituted any sort of like Patreon, GoFundMe fundraising thing. It's just been sort of like, here's a marathon, give us money and we'll adjust the attendance fee. So no, it's not really, I don't think it's been a serious consideration. It's been maybe like a, maybe, but, so. I don't know if it's something to look into or not. I mean, Twitch is finally sort of, we finally reached sort of the Twitch partnership metrics and all that, so we can at least maybe start, we've begun to get some revenue through that. Not a ton, obviously, but, something, it's some form of return. We have 20 subs right now, I think 20 subs we're sitting at, so we even reached, another tier. So I don't know, it's sort of like, we could pretty easily create the page, but is it really going to get any traffic? Is it really worth our time to do that over just like putting out more content on Twitch, or, I don't know, getting a second job?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting. Yeah.
Based Laz.
Thank you for the sub, Laz. It really
enjoy
really
those
helps me out.
emotes.
Yeah, you can spam. Yeah, there you go.
I actually need that for when I play Dead by Daylight, so that's gonna help out.
Right on.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, like, that's the like with a Patreon, for example, right? Normally, when I see Patreons for things, you get stuff. You get extra stuff. What do we have? Like, there's nothing extra for us to give. Right,
I'm sitting on 500 gigs of raw NASA VODs if anybody wants those, which I'm hoping that they will, because I do want to put it on a torrent at some point with the game audio only as a second track and everything, but they still have to be finished processing. But literally, that's the only thing that we've been able to come up with. And I mean, is it necessarily something that people are willing to Patreon for? I don't know. I feel most people are just going to hit that $0 button and then just grab the torrent anyways. So
it's like, yes, but is it really going to go anywhere? I mean, it really goes back to sort of the word of mouth and the marketing. And sure, if you want to support us in that way, and you can maybe, multiple people start bringing it up. I mean, yeah, shit, why not? Give us some fucking money that way. Yeah, we're down. But realistically speaking, it just doesn't seem like our crowd is interested in that sort of thing, or that
and
form
for
of support.
subbing, we'll have more emotes coming in soon too.
Yeah, true.
Because we got a few more from the various subs we got.
Yeah, so we can finally add some more.
Question regarding sub and emotes. Have you guys ever considered, contacting an artist, whether it's commission or not, and then having some custom emotes brought in? That could be an incentive. Obviously, you don't have to make subscriptions a big part of the sale, and obviously you don't have to say, hey, subscribe if you want to get the best quality content, or sub mode only. But you could actually be like, hey, here's some emotes that we had someone who likes the marathon, or maybe they partake in the marathon. If you have any artists, that would be a good incentive to be like, hey, can you make some emotes? We really appreciate it. It would help us out a lot. And, it could work as, well, I say promotion for them, but mainly just, it'd be making custom emotes, really. And they don't have to be meme emotes. They could be, actually well-drawn emotes about something regarding NASA. Whether it's something like, you could have like a fedora with it. No, never mind.
No. Hard no.
I was going to say mafia, but I couldn't think of anything else that would represent it.
I have reached out because I happen to know I happen to know a surprising amount of like graphics artists that I've only been kind of tapping into recently. But my one buddy has created like a couple Nando shirt designs for us that Amazon has declined to put them as a shirt on the Merch by Amazon store because of legality issues. I think it's because of the fact they think it looks too much like King Kong or Donkey Kong. I don't know, but they didn't like the shirt designs with a purple gorilla on them, so that's it has to be thought out a little bit different. But there are attempts to try to push more, so
Maybe change Nando's appearance to be a little different, just enough to get through.
Yeah, something.
Put a watch on him, something speedrun related.
It's a work
Give
in
him track
progress.
shoes.
And if we can make that, in tandem with our emotes, the more the better.
Flava Flav's clock necklace thing.
probably
See,
get
this is
copyright
the
blocked
start
for
of-
the clock.
This is the start of NASA's corporation. It all started with a purple gorilla that we won at Wonderland.
The lore deepens every day.
No, but that would be pretty cool. It would give your subscribers something to look forward to. Be like, I like this marathon, it's really cool, and hey, look, the emotes are pretty great. I mean, the emotes you have right now are pretty solid. Naegleria's smoke shitting eating face, classic. And then of course the Nando alternative is also pretty good too. So
Well, with that said, if anyone else in chat has a final question, type that shit up now. Any closing remarks, folks?
Probably gotta wait at least 10 to 15 seconds or whatever long the delay is.
I will say that I really did enjoy NASA this year. I had a solid time. Don't have any regrets, attending or continuing to work on it. So I think that's all great, and we can only improve, I think.
Yeah.
We already hit our low point with Far Cry 3. It can only improve from here.
We can only go up from there, right?
We've
I
hit
don't
our
know.
rock
Was
bottom.
that
so.
the low point, or was the rock bottom the stream that basically looked like it was being broadcast from a potato?
I don't know. It depends on what
that's
you're
a good
talking
point.
about. If you're talking about like layout, yeah, the NASA one like first night where it was just black screen with
Quake
like, a
setup
text
during NASA
pad,
1
yeah.
was
Yeah, that was
That's
definitely
great.
the worst for stream layout quality. For general, where do we go up from here? Yeah, probably the other.
Yeah. That is from a stream standpoint, that was our this sucks. And we've never really gotten and DreamHack. When the stream was just an intermission screen for like hours and hours and hours on end.
We're plugging in phones across the stream.
Yeah, that was
Well, I really want a bonus stream, like a proper like full day next year.
That's the plan.
So hopefully,
We'll do our best. Yeah. If I need to do Contradiction again, then I can do that. But
Hopefully they'll have released Contradiction 2 by then,
I'm really
so.
pulling for Tim Follen to pull out Contradiction 2 in the next year or so. So we'll have to see.
I'm just really hoping that I have Sushi Striker routed out and proper, because it would be legit.
Especially in all cutscenes.
In all cutscenes category. That is the important part. You have to watch the cutscenes. If you want to know how great this is, just Google Sushi Striker karaoke intro, and Nintendo has like this whole anime opening song intro, and it's like with subtitles and like all these clips, and it's just literally all about sushi, and it's just like like it's crazy, okay? It's a world where people battle by eating sushi, and there was a war and it devastated countries.
And now the Empire hoards the sushi for themselves.
Yeah.
It's a really tragic story.
It's amazing, honestly. You have to go play it if you get the chance. Or hopefully watch it, to be determined.
Okay, so it looks like there's no other questions.
All right. Well, thank you for watching, everybody.
See ya.
Yep.
I was just waiting for
I
you
thought you were
to
going to say
hit
something else. I thought you were going to say, thanks for
Oh,
watching. No,
Nope.
just pure
I'll-
I
silence.
was
I wanted
literally
to-
just waiting for you to just go like, okay, we're
Yeah.
done. We're offline. We're good.
That's what I thought.
We've been on for quite a while. Yeah, thanks for watching the
About
episode.
4.5
guys.
hours today.
Yeah, this was a long one. We covered
I
a
was
lot.
lied to.
Yikes.
I need to
Hopefully-
drive home to my parents' house an hour and a half.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
just for the
12:30.
record, Dan. Just for the record, like about 10 minutes ago, I bumped my mic cable and it disconnected, which paused the Audacity recording. And I just resumed the recording, and then I realized after doing that, wait a second, that's gonna fuck up the timing horribly.
Womp womp. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you next time. Bye bye.
No Major Opinions was recorded in front of a live Twitch audience.